Good morning all. It is Friday. It is Group C action coming in here at the Online Darts Live League. We went to about 2 in the morning with some Group B action, which did not disappoint. A fantastic group, absolutely judged to the end by Justin Smith with 8 unanswered points. But as far as Group C is concerned, we have got 2 spots available for the rest of the day. And we are going to start with 2 of the challengers for the top spot in Wes Newton and Scott Marsh. So let's get down to the board and let's get cracking for Friday in Group C. At this very early stage of the day where we have 15 matches coming in, it is time to wish happy birthday to the man from Fleetwood. He was 43 yesterday, and somehow the man that I have known for a good 12 or 13 years is turning 44 today. So many happy returns, Wes. Great to see you smiling. Great to see you playing well yesterday. And I know that Stacey and the boys back in Fleetwood will be hoping to see you on Sunday. Not tomorrow, because they want to see you in the finals, of course, for this second week of Phase 4. But in his way at the start is Scott Marsh. I will be fascinated to see who comes through this group.
Okay,
because things are tightly packed in this group. We have 2 players at the foot of the table on 2 points in Beveridge and Girvin. Darren and Nathan not having the best of times on Thursday during the day. Conor Scutt, yesterday's debutant. Scott Marsh, Wes Newton, all on 6 points, but they are all 2 points adrift of yesterday's best player in this group, and that was League Cox of Crawley. He got 8 points from a possible 10, but he is assured of having company on 8 points after this match.
54.
These 2 could only be separated by 1 leg yesterday in leg difference. So I would suggest that maybe 96. The possible result in this match could be 4-3. But then again, looking at the Phase 4 statistics, it's incredibly likely to get a 4-3 because of the 160 matches that we've had in this phase
60.
over the course of the last 2 weeks. 56 of them have gone the distance, and that's more than a third of the time.
50.
I've been doing some statting this morning to see who has played their best darts in the recent few weeks.
60.
And indeed, for this entire week, we have had some of the best performances from League Cox, of course.
100.
He's won 80% of his games this week, 4 from 5. Newton and Conor Scutt have won 60% of their games this week. Scott Marsh has won 45% of his games, but he has played a lot more than some of the others. This is his 21st game of the week, and he has currently won 9 of them. But he has had a 170 finish and a best average in a match of 95.25.
45.
Wes will not be happy with leaving 165 there. That micro shake of the head tells the story.
60.
He's got away with it somewhat. He did play in the first game yesterday, did Wes, against a different opponent.
56.
He was defeated by 4 legs to nil by a rampant League Cox, who came out of the blocks like Shelley Ann Fraser-Price.
$56. Where's your requirement?
Bit of a scrappy first leg, this one. But it is early on Friday, and they're just feeling their way into proceedings.
57.
No troubles there.
Scott, you require 72.
But 72 when we've seen the darts that we have seen in this leg so far. He'll be happy just to get over the line on his own throw, Scott Marsh.
32.
He bends the wire and gives Wes
Require
Newton
52.
a very unlikely chance of breaking in the first leg in 8 visits.
42.
Pulls it to the left, and both
Scott,
have
you
delivered
require
24
40.
darts. Right now, you'd rather be Scott Marsh. 3 darts at tops.
20.
And he fails.
Where's your require? 10.
This is a bit of a birthday present, but he's the one who's got to open it.
Game
And
shot on
open
the
it he
first
does,
leg.
with a
Wes
quite
Newton.
unbelievable 26 dart break of throw. But hey, it is his birthday. We'll give him that one. But right now, he's got to make his own luck.
Second leg, it's Wes to throw first. Game on.
Best average yesterday for Wes of 89.2. We all know
140.
that he can play better than that. But over the last couple of years, he hasn't played a great deal of competitive darts. He didn't play much online stuff in 2020.
60.
But he has played at the Online Darts Live League in 2021. In total, he's played
54.
48 matches with 16 wins for an overall win percentage of 33%. And of everybody in this group, that is the lowest. He has yet to register a ton plus average. So, being your birthday, Wes, come on, let's
60.
have a 3-figure average from you. And do something that was very reminiscent of about 10 years ago when you were rattling those in with ease.
140.
He's got 48 180s this year. So if he cracks in 2 over the course of today, he will make his half century. But the most
59.
important thing is to get
Where's your
into
require?
tomorrow night.
167.
And he's had a much improved second leg here. Up to the treble 18 now, potentially.
95.
Yep, that'll do. Especially when you are 250 in front. Jared Cole won Group A. And he awaits 2 players from this
58.
group and
Where's
3
your require?
from
72.
Group B, which we will finalise later tonight and early into Saturday morning. Double top for Wes Newton.
Game
And
shot
he
on the
gets a
second
very
leg.
tidy
Wes
15
Newton.
darter to add to the break of throw that he got in leg 1. So things are starting to look up for the Warrior. And if he can keep this going, his leg difference will swell as well.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
When you look at the table in Group C, League Cox is at the top on points, but his leg difference really is impressive. Plus 13 for one day's darts.
58.
Next challenger is Newton on plus 2. So Cox is 11 legs ahead. But for how long?
140.
He will take on the other closest challenger in Conor Scutt in match 2. And then in match 3, we will have Girvin versus Beveridge. And I think both of those players know that maybe
100.
today is just too much of a tall order. If indeed one of them has a perfect 10-point day and gets to 12, that still might not be good enough.
45.
Yesterday's Group B table saw the 2 English players in the group in the bottom 2 positions, and the top 3, which are qualification spots, were all Welsh players.
100.
The 2 Scots in this group are at the bottom. So it could be an all Welsh and English finals group
47.
on Saturday night, potentially. Thank you for joining us early on Friday via the Online Darts YouTube channel.
54.
We appreciate that a lot of people are tuning in internationally, so wherever you are in the world, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or indeed good night.
99.
Makes me sound like I'm paraphrasing the Truman Show there, doesn't it? Good switch back to the 60 from Scutt.
83. Wes you require 170.
We have seen a couple of these this week, one of them from his opponent. But if Wes does have a tendency, it is to drag things to the left-hand side.
40. Scutt you require 106.
He won't be happy with that approach. And he'll be hoping right now that he's getting the kind of chances that he got in leg one.
54.
Marsh leaves the two
Wes
darter.
require 130.
Wes just needs one treble to have a shot for this third leg. And this is not the easy dart, but he finds it anyway. Bullseye.
87.
He had a very key bounce
Scutt,
out
you
on the
require
bullseye
52.
yesterday to win a match. It really did cost him. And a miss there has cost him leg three. And it has cost him because Scott Marsh has found a double for the first time on Friday. And you sense that maybe that can settle him down after a somewhat shell-shocking first leg. He is now in the match, just one behind.
Fourth leg, it's Wes to throw first. Game on.
We will have more darts for you next week.
95.
And indeed, if you want to know who our players are for week 3 of Phase 4, you'll have to tune into the Online Darts pre-final show with myself and Phil Bars.
95.
Stay tuned to their social media feeds to find out exactly what time we will be on the air with that. Phil and I will shoot the breeze about what's happened this week. We will preview
57.
the finals, of course, which will be live on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 PM and the YouTube channel internationally. And we will also talk about the players coming in week 3.
59.
I can assure you right now that I have no clue who's playing next week. But I do know that Chris Mason's going to be taking over in the hot seat in the commentary booth.
81.
Just to give you a tease, you might have a new commentator the week after. You might.
$60.
You always got to throw a little curveball in there just to get you thinking for Friday. Who could that commentator be? I'll let you have a little think about that. Well,
45.
Wes has not really been renowned as one of the most creative counters, but he doesn't strike me as the kind of player that makes mistakes. But right there, he did make a mistake on 268 because he shouldn't really be going for the 20 segment on dart 2 there. Should have been going to the 18s.
99.
Gets to the finish first anyway. He's looking for a 171 to leave double 8. Instead,
95.
he has to settle
Require
for a leave of 92. That doesn't help. 109 with 2 is impossible. Well, he might go 12 here. Well, he really does want to leave double 16.
92.
That flight was just a little bit of a blocker.
Scott, you require 92.
This could change things. 51 for tops. The only route he is thinking about.
32.
But Wes Newton, 6 visits in.
32.
Coming in for a 7th. Wants double 16. That's
No
a bit
score.
of a gift to Scott Marsh sitting
Scutt,
on
you
60,
require 60.
and there's no way he's going to block this top shot because of the way his darts sit. Look at Wes's face. He knows that he's handed this opportunity to Scutt. An opportunity that just about makes it 2-2. Did you see that that one really, really did collide with that previous dart? It wasn't a pure shot, but it's ended up in the right place.
Fifth leg, it's Scutt to throw first. Game on.
As far as Scott's career here this year, because he did play in 2020 as well, when we were playing from people's houses.
43.
And in his case, from his garage. 70 matches, 41 wins for a win percentage of 58.57. Over the course of this week, that has come down from 65% exactly. So, not playing as well this week as he has previously in 2021. But still has an opportunity to make the finals anyway.
36.
A running average of 86.11. 76 maximums. And his running checkout percentage
57.
of 34% exactly is the second best of all of the players in this group, only bettered by League Cox.
$140.
He is the only player in this group as well who's got two 170 checkouts. Conor Scutt has got one. League Cox has
60.
got one. Wes Newton's best of 137 as an out this year is the lowest from this field. And indeed is the only one that is below 160.
60.
This one has been scrappy from the off. Maybe just thinking about the importance of these 2 points.
43.
10 points on offer for each player today. But you really do want to get off on the right footing. And if Newton can equalise League Cox's points position, he will have a chance to really embed himself into some form in the practice room for the next 3 games, because he doesn't return until match 5 against Darren Beveridge, who could indeed be out of this group by the time that game comes around if he loses to Nathan Girvin in match 3.
140. Scutt, you require 164.
He's going to use the northern option. A lot of people like the 19s for 164.
$60. Where's your require 101.
Can he break the throw and give himself the opportunity in leg 6 to serve it out?
69.
It's a nice approach. It just about finds that treble 10.
104.
But the last time he had 3 darts at 32, it didn't go his way. And after being 2-0 up, Wes Newton could be behind now.
84.
But not quite.
Where's your require 32.
That's a really good kill though, because he was bitten the last time he was in that corner of the board. He didn't find it with 3 darts, but this time he only needs the 1. And as far as legs go, he only needs 1 more.
Sick flag, it's Wes to throw first. Game on. $137.
As far as starts go, that is very, very good indeed. Dart players are very easy to read when you look at them at the back of the room.
97.
There are some who can play a very good poker game with their emotions. But Wes has always been very honest with himself. He wears his heart on his sleeve. And look at the facial expressions. The joy, the pain, the ecstasy, the heartache. It's a very difficult sport to master, because nobody
60.
can help you when you're playing singles darts. That's a perfect first dart for him.
140.
top left corner, as we look at it, is the perfect shot because of the way he throws from the right of the oche. He can throw into that dart, and the natural angle for him can be really used. But there's a maximum from Scott Marsh to get himself to a finish. Is it too late? That's a really aggressive second dart.
99.
I'll tell you what, he has thrown some good darts in this match.
64.
But I'd have to say the second dart of that visit was probably the best one he's thrown.
$57.
Considering the pressure that was
you
coming,
require 40.
I would definitely say it was the best dart he's thrown. Double 10. Oh, no.
Scott, you require 107.
Right now, his heart will be in his mouth, thinking the game should be done. It could just be beginning. He's fortunate that Scott Marsh cannot do the business.
You require 40.
So back to tops. It's a better guide this time.
And
it's a guide that is used, and he gets his first win of the day a little bit sooner than he did yesterday. It's a decent job considering he only averaged 75.8. You just got to get the job done. You've got to get that footing for Friday morning. Wes Newton has that. Scott Marsh does not. So he goes towards the top of the table with League Cox on 8 points in a very, very good position to possibly qualify today. Speaking of League Cox, we're going to see him for the very first time on Friday, and he's up against debutant this week, Conor Scutt. Game number 2 just about to commence, and we're going to have Conor Scutt going up against League Cox. League Cox has some company on 8 points going into his first match of the day in the shape of Wes Newton. Is he about to rediscover the lead on his own on points at the top of Group C? So let's go and start this match off as he's up against the debutant this week. Change of shirt today for Conor Scutt. He had the green sleeves on yesterday.
Throw first. Game
Black sleeves today. It's almost as if he's got a dart shirt that has interchangeable sleeves.
Well,
there's an idea. If it gets really hot out there, you could just take the sleeves off and have a sleeveless dart shirt. Now, there'd be a strong
60.
look. Had a nice tweet from TW this morning.
60.
Saying good morning after the late finish last night. Apparently I'm the hardest working commentator in any sport. Well, that's a very nice thing for you to say, TW, because it was a bit of a late night last night. And between the end of the session, where we saw Richie Burnett get the last 2 points against Scott Williams, that was around 2:05 this morning. And a matter of 7 hours and 25 minutes later, we start the climax of Group C.
100.
But we love what we do, and we bring you this for your darting entertainment. And indeed, if you fancy a little bit of a flutter on a game or two,
140.
the opportunity is there for that. But if you do choose to do that, please do so. If you are only over the age of 18, do so responsibly, and please go to begambleaware.org for more information. Don't be afraid to get on to social media today and get in touch with myself at the Asset 180 and indeed at Darts Live League. Use the hashtag ODLiveLeague and we'll try and give you a shout out if indeed you're having a well-deserved day off, or if you're watching on a smart device
Conor requires 65.
and they're watching us from work. Treble 11 was the shot. 14 for tops.
45.
And League Cox has a chance for the first 73. Leg against the throw. Double top for him.
53.
It's very surprising that he missed 20. That. His doubles yesterday were excellent. Conor Scutt finds the top half of that double 10, and he consolidates the start of the match with that double 10, and he really does have to kick on from here because his leg difference of the challengers is the worst.
Second leg, it's Lee to throw first.
Just to emphasise that. At the start of play, he had 6 points and a 36. Level leg difference behind Scott Marsh, behind Wes Newton, and now he is 2 points behind Newton and Cox. But because of the defeat to Wesley, Scott Marsh is now on -1. So Scutt, without throwing a dart, has been promoted to 3rd position. But that is still 60. Not good enough. Because it is 2 positions from this group of 6 players that will be promoted to the finals tomorrow.
100.
Will the young man from Surrey, the 25-year-old, make the finals on debut?
40.
Indeed, the only debutant this week. It's been a great addition after some very good performances yesterday.
60.
He won 60% of his games. 3 from 5, a running average of 86.99. That's very competent. The one thing that let him down
100.
Was his checkout percentage. Only 24.56% for the day. That needs to change. With the stats that I have at hand, if you're not between, say, 33 and 36%, you are going to be put to the sword by some of these players. So I'll be fascinated to see what he does. League Cox makes a big mathematical mistake there and gives Conor 6 darts from 116. Might just need the 3. Double top.
96.
When he misses that double top, he doesn't miss it by much.
$100.
It's a nice leave this time.
Conor, you require 20.
But this is for a break.
Game
it's
shot
found,
the second leg.
And Conor Scutt gets the start that Wes Newton had in match 1. 2 legs to 0. And for the second time in this match, he finds double 10 with the second dart.
First. Game on.
League Cox with a slow start today. It wasn't like that yesterday when he was playing Wes Newton in match 1.
140.
Averaging 92.5 and 57% on his checkouts. Today, 76 and only 1 shot at a double so far.
85.
Are we going to see the cat thrown amongst the pigeons in the early exchanges in the Group C action today?
57. 99.
One thing we haven't seen from League Cox in Phase 2 and 3
45.
is him in finals on Saturday night. Getting through this group today would be a sign of progress for him.
64.
Of course, the aim is to get to the finals on Saturday night in your week of qualifying. And then when you're in the finals, you have to be in the top 3. So if you make the finals on the Saturday night, you are going to be in Champions Week. Or indeed, if you win the 3rd place playoff.
40.
And then when you get to Champions Week, you make the finals of that week. And that is where the money is at. That's where you can get the big check.
135.
£7,000 up for grabs on September the 18th. And we've already seen checks cashed by Welsh players Richie Burnett and Jim Williams this year.
Lee require 180.
Defeating Sean McDonald and Fallon Sherrick, respectively. Double top for League Cox, 4 leg 3.
78.
Well, Scutt had a dart on the floor
99.
in the last visit, which has cost him a very small shot. It turns out that dart in the previous visit really
40.
did cost him. Double 5. League Cox is having a very different day on the doubles to what we saw yesterday.
60.
This is not turning out well.
Game
as the 60 checkout is taken and Conor Scutt is now
Scutt.
3-0 up. He's doing a good job, not only for himself, but for the people in the chasing pack as well. Just imagine if Conor can get the 4-0 victory, he will get himself up to +4 in leg difference. He'd be on the same points as League Cox and Wes Newton. And he would bring League Cox's leg difference down to +9. That's within striking range.
125.
He's a very, very confident 25-year-old player who is now too old for development to our darts. So he's fully committed to senior darts now. He's just playing the better of the two. I don't want to oversimplify it, but that is just the case. There's not a massive amount between the averages.
44.
I'd like to say that Conor's had so many more attempts at double, but he hasn't. He's had 7 to Lee's 5.
134.
2 treble visits in every aspect of this leg for Conor Scutt.
57. Conor, you require 102.
This is for a 4-0 victory against the league leader. Double 16.
86. Lee require 160.
I don't think Conor Scutt has the word hesitation in his language. He doesn't even know what it means. He's very gung-ho,
Conor requires
which makes
60.
him very watchable. Double 8. And he has now missed 4 match darts.
100.
Will he be back? Depends on this dart and the next. I think the body language of League Cox right here tells the story.
44.
He's got a few things to figure out before he plays his next match against Scott Marsh in match 4. Because this one's over, and the 5th match dart is planted into the double 2, and that really does throw the cat amongst the pigeons. Let's go and have a little look at the last dart of the match. And in she goes. No doubt about that one. Double 2 gives him a 4-0 victory. He didn't have to play his best darts, but it was quite efficient when he got to the checkouts. 1 out of every 3 shots was hit in the end. So he is very much in the hunt, is Conor Scutt. League Cox has been drawn back a little bit after an 8-point start yesterday. We're going to get a first look at Nathan Girvin and Darren Beveridge now. They're pretty much out of it, but maybe if one of them has a perfect day, they might just have a chance. Hello and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. I am Paul the Asset Nicholson and I'm calling in the next 13 games. We are 2 into our final day of morning action. So let's get down to the board to see an all-Scottish clash for the last time potentially this week. 18-year-old Nathan Girvin from Arbroath has been playing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday and now Friday. But this could be the last day of action for both of them. His compatriot from Edinburgh, much fancied at the start of the week, but it has not gone well for both of them at times. Wednesday was the highlight for Nathan Girvin, who topped the table
81
for the day on 6 points and a superior leg difference.
57.
But he has not been consistent enough to either win Group A or to be at the top of this Group C. In fact,
60.
Girvin is at the bottom on 2 points with Beveridge, and they both have the same leg difference of -8.
24.
Just to give you an indication of what they've done this week as a whole, not just in Group C, but if you put Group A and C together for their 20 matches, it's very similar. Beveridge has won 7 matches this week. Girvin's won 6.
94.
Girvin's running average of 85.82 is 3 better than Darren's. And their checkout percentages are around the 30% mark. Beveridge, in fact, just a little bit below that. And like I mentioned with Conor Scutt, having a 25% checkout rate yesterday, I said that had to improve.
Nathan, you require 120.
They've both had big checkouts this week. Larger than this 120 that Girvin has for the first leg. Beveridge's best this week of 160.
56.
161. early body
40.
language does not
Nathan
tell
York on
a
64.
very nice tale. As Girvin looks at double 16 and finds the
Game shown
first
the
leg
first
in
leg.
18 darts.
Nathan Girvin.
He won the game yesterday between these two by 4 legs to 2. It wasn't a classic by any means, and
Second
only
leg,
a
it's Darren to
75
throw
average was good
first.
enough to beat
Game on.
Beveridge, when in fact the 75 average of Nathan Girvin in that match was 7 less than that of Beveridge, but it was still good enough to win in 6 legs.
$60.
This is their 5th meeting of the week. And yesterday's win for Nathan was his first against
41.
Darren all week, because on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, Darren had won by 4 legs to 1 every day.
140.
But this group is a different story.
$60.
It seems like most visits that Darren has, he's coming away without positivity.
81.
He works so hard on his game, and that's one of the things I really like about him. The majority of the time, doesn't matter whether it's an evening session or a morning session, he's the first in the building. He's the one that hits the practice board first. He puts in a lot of reps. Well, Girvin really does have to stay on the 20s here. He can go 19s, and if the single is hit, he would leave 161. So he does have a plan B.
60.
But he wanted to leave 160 at worst, because that's just a little bit easier than 161.
$100.
Score halved by Darren.
160.
Chance for Girvin. That really does obliterate the score.
100.
And pile the pressure on this 100 for Darren Beveridge.
60.
Leaves it handy,
Nathan,
but
you
Girvin
require
can
35.
double his lead. Two 16s.
Game
And
show
he does
the
double his
second
lead.
leg.
All of a
Nathan
sudden,
Girvin.
after losing the first 3 days of the week, Nathan Girvin has the momentum against the person who is 10 years older than him from Edinburgh.
Third leg, it's
Nathan
Nathan
Girvin
to
is the
throw
favourite for this one.
first. Game on. $59.
83 average for Girvin. And Darren Beveridge is stuck in a very low gear.
131.
Just gone up a gear there. He's going to have to continue that for at least the next 4 or 5 legs.
140.
Nathan strikes me as the kind of player that when he gets a good start on a day, he can show a lot of
60.
brilliance, because what he did on Wednesday was really, really exciting. It was maybe a glimpse into what could potentially be his future.
132.
Been watching him since he was
100.
a very small
Nathan,
kid.
You require 170.
And for an 18-year-old, he has a ridiculous amount of experience.
60.
Just to give you an indication of what Nathan did on Wednesday, he had a best average of 100.71. That actually was a
58.
losing average, though.
Nathan, you require 110.
But his running average for the day was 90.63. That's an indication of what he can do. Treble 14 would have
50.
left him on double 16.
Darren, you require 152.
Another one of those would be handy.
104.
Does
Nathan, you
Nathan
require
Girvin
60.
find a 3-0 lead? Doesn't have to move. Double 10.
40.
Chance for Beveridge to get into this
Darren,
match
you
then.
require 48.
Double 16 is the shot.
Game shown
And
the
double
third
16
leg.
is found by Darren Beveridge. That was skirting with a little bit of first game nerves there, I think, for Darren. He could have and probably should have been 3-0 down.
Game on.
And more on Nathan's Wednesday.
131.
6 points, so 3 wins from 5. 4 ton-plus checkouts, including his best of the week, 161. A best leg of 11.
93.
And that running average of just over 90 was very impressive indeed. But on top of that,
39.
the whole day he had 41% on his doubles. If he'd have maintained that through the entire group, he would have been a lot closer to Jared Cole, but probably still would have lost out, because Jared Cole the first 2 days was a 4-3 ninja.
60.
Winning 7 games out of 10 by 4 legs to 3. Oh, that's special.
168.
Great use of the 18s and then the 60 at the end. That was really aggressive from Nathan.
59. Nathan, you require 140.
And he didn't get to 3-0, but he should get to 3-1.
100.
A masterful leg.
$60. Nathan, you require 40.
Tops. Wire clipped. Double 10 again.
20.
Misses again.
Darren, you require 152.
Has to survive a second attempt in this match at a 1-5-2 for Darren. This time he does not get the treble 20 with the first dart.
54. Nathan, you require 20.
Second bite of the cherry, which is something he didn't get in leg 3.
On the fourth
and
leg.
maybe if he had
Nathan
got that
Girvin.
second bite of the cherry in leg 3, that would be the match over. But Nathan Girvin at 3-1, very much the favourite and the better player going into leg number 5.
Nathan to throw first.
With the throw.
Game on.
Judging by what we saw from Nathan Girvin the last time he was here, where he gained some valuable online Darts Live League experience, he was playing with a very small flight. He's changed his equipment somewhat since then, and I believe what he's using here is more useful than what he had before.
96.
One of the things about using slightly larger flights is that you get more forgiveness through the air. There's a lot of different flights on the market these days.
46.
Different shapes, different weights, different micronic widths. You just have to test and see what works for you.
84.
And I believe that these work very well for Nathan. But if he is to find the next level in the next 6 or 7 years as a youth player, he will have to go through minor changes, I'm sure, but these right now are very good. 18s should be the shot.
134.
Boy, has he been good on approach to the finishing zone in this match. He's making his 84 average look very good.
Nathan, you require 128.
Another.
Correct.
Would have left double 10.
88.
He's sitting on a match
Darren, require
opportunity.
116.
If Darren fails to find the 60 here.
60. Nathan, you require
To start his
40.
charge, he needs double top.
$30.
3 match darts missed. And things
Darren, you
could get a bit
require
sticky from
56.
here. Well, that one hit the 20. That really did shoot out of the cannon. That one shocked him.
16.
And it really did have an effect on dart 3.
Nathan, you require 10.
You never expect a player to hit the metalwork. And Darren's looking very frustrated. Nathan's missed 4 match darts now.
6.
Make that 5.
Darren, you require 40.
To banish the memories of that previous visit. Oh, you can see how frustrated he is. I've been there. I know what it feels like.
20.
And the initial reaction, the chimp side of your brain,
Nathan, you
saying,
require
throw
4.
that dart in any direction. And he did very well to stop himself. The pain at the back of the room for Darren Beveridge. And the almost disbelief for Nathan Girvin that he's coming back for double 2. Match dart. Number 8. And it's not an easy one.
No score. Darren, you require 20.
Well, he's got a different target this time. He can forget about tops. He finds double 10. Well done, Darren. You stuck to your task there. It's now 3-2. He has an opportunity to try and steal this match away from Nathan Girvin, whose confidence on doubles might be shot a little after 8 match darts missed.
Throw first. Game on.
Boy, is this a silly game sometimes.
60.
It's all well and good when you're throwing and you've just taken up the sport and you think, this is fun. Add a bit of pressure. Add a little bit of tournament pressure.
59.
Have a leg like that. And it's the equivalent of being on the putting green and not being able to put the ball in the hole from about a foot away.
60.
If sport was easy, everybody would do it. It's good to see Nathan smiling and seeing the brighter side of life. But I tell you what, inside that young gut of his, he'll be wrenching.
100.
Match should be over. And he's having to do all of the donkey work again.
100. $39. 85.
Advantage Beveridge in leg number 6. And we only got 6 legs from these two yesterday. It was won by Girvan. And you do
97.
have to think that with the state of play in this table, whoever loses this match is out.
180.
We've waited a long time for the first maximum in this match, and it's just come from Darren Beveridge to leave double 8.
78. Darren, you require 16.
Other side of the board to double 10.
Eight.
And
Nathan, you require 128.
Girvin's had a shot at this before in the match. Different route. Could be a different result. Match dart 9.
97. Darren, you require 8.
Double 4 is
He's
there,
on
and we're
the
going
6th
all
leg.
the way.
Darren
What
Beveridge.
a strange game of darts this has been. Nathan Girvin is thinking, I'm going to win this 4-1. He could have won it 4-2 in the bullseye, but now he just wants to win it by any score, and that score will be 4-3.
Nathan to throw first.
He could indeed lose it 4-3.
59. 57.
It will be penny for the thoughts of these players at the climax of this match, depending on what happens at the end of this leg, of course. We've seen some strange games this week.
59.
Who wants it more? Right now, the best possible scenario for these players is to get to 12 points. They'd have to win all 5 games today. But for the person who loses, they can only get to 10. Conor, Scutt, Wes Newton and League Cox are already on 8.
96.
The likelihood is 2 of those 3 are going to win 2 more matches. So whoever loses this, for me, is gone at this early stage.
Nathan, you require
Whoever wins still has the finest of chances. Treble 19 for double 16. What a way to finish the match.
Nathan
Boy,
Girvin.
that really was a weird game where we had 9 missed darts at a double for the match, including the bullseye in leg number 6. And then he steps up for a 149, one of the most difficult finishes in that range. And he takes it out of thin air. And match dart 10 is on a massive ton plus checkout. 27% on the doubles for Darren Beveridge ultimately was not enough. And for me, he is now eliminated and we will not see him in the finals of Phase 4. Nathan Girvin gets his second win over Darren for the week. Match number 4, League Cox will return and he's up against Scott Marsh, who suffered defeat in his first game. It was indeed defeat for both of these players in their first match of the day, so some reparation work is needed coming into match 4. So we commence the second game for all of the players at this point. And League Cox, who started today at the top of the table, still remains there, but by the finest of margins now on leg difference. He has company on points, with Conor, Scutt and Wes Newton on 8 as well. And just imagine if League Cox loses again, Scott Marsh will be on that point tally as well. This group has been thrown to the pigeons.
60.
And they're all pecking for scraps. But if we've got 4 players on 8 points after this match, well, 2 of 5 players are going to qualify.
100.
It's going to make for a very interesting next 3 hours.
140.
League Cox has got to get back onto what he did yesterday. There's this great saying in the sport of darts that it's all on the day. It's a bit of an old saying, and we keep coming back to it.
140.
But this is Friday. This is not Thursday anymore. Darts is dependent on preparation,
140.
how you slept, how you're feeling. If he's feeling the same as he was yesterday, there's no real excuse as to why he can't indeed better what he did yesterday. Well, he's not going to get more points because he did have one defeat yesterday, and that was to Scott Marsh, my 4 legs to 3.
105.
This is very much a sharper start from Lee, who got a real shocker of a beginning against Conor Scutt. Ended up not losing, or not winning one leg in that entire match. But if he can take care of this,
Lee, you require 56.
this will make him feel a lot more buoyant. Double 12.
Yeah.
Wasn't expecting that.
$32.
He's going to have to dodge a 139,
Scott, you require,
which is a finish we saw from another Scott, Scott Williams, in the early hours of this morning. He went exactly the same way.
82 left, yeah.
He got the 57, then he went for the 42. But Scott Marsh can't find a shot at tops.
87.
And critically, this time League Cox is expecting
24.
a shot at double 12. And double 6 comes to his aid. And that's more like what we saw yesterday. The clinical nature of what he was doing on the outer ring yesterday had to be admired. He was 55% for his doubles for the entire day yesterday.
Game on.
Five shots at a double and no success in his first match, but that is just a little bit better. No matter who you are, what you've done, you still need that early settler.
59.
And now that Lee has that, he can kick on. Yesterday was their first meeting.
57.
And I mentioned that it was won by Scott Marsh. I'm somewhat surprised that they haven't met here
59.
before. And indeed elsewhere. They may have met in local tournaments because they don't live that far away from each other. Just a little bit around the M23 and the M25 motorways, which surround the city of London and its suburbs.
81.
A lot of tournaments go on in the North Kent area. I'd be surprised if Lee hadn't made the jaunt over to places like Maidstone.
60.
One of the darting hubs of the southeast of England.
$83.
Marsh looking to leave the 170, but the last dart was a bit wayward. At this point of the week,
80.
we may be looking at some tired dart players. Marsh is playing his 5th consecutive day, and this is indeed his 22nd match of the week. You have to work really hard mentally and physically at this portion of your campaign.
50.
And this is where Jared Cole, who's sitting at home with his feet up, has probably got a little bit of a smile on his face, saying, I've already done all my hard work. I'm in the finals.
66.
All I've got to do is win 3 matches tomorrow.
Scott, you require
and I'm going to be in Champions Week. If you're Scott Marsh, you've played 21, you're probably going to have to win another 3 today. and hope that
98.
things go your way. If it doesn't happen for him, he'll be on his way back to Orpington, and it'll be a weekend with the family.
100. Scutt, you require 72.
That's 136. He needs 18 more.
54.
What a chance for League Cox this is.
Lee requires 77.
Very unexpected. That'll do. 56. Double 18.
41.
Just a broken
Scutt, you
radar,
require
really, on the double
18.
18 there. That was a long way from its target. That's not ideal. He's going to try and get it from the right-hand side. That leaves double 3.
$15.
And that is not the best effort from Scott Marsh.
Lee
He
require
didn't expect
36.
to be going for double 3 in that visit.
Game
League
shot
Cox
the
finds his
second
way
leg.
to a 22
League
dart
Cox.
break of throw. It's not so much about the standard today, because we did see probably the lowest standard of the week on Thursday from this group. But when you get chances, take them.
Third leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on. $99.
Yes, the biggest average we saw from someone yesterday was around the 92 average range.
140.
And then we were treated last night, and indeed early this morning, to some proper displays from
60.
Justin Smith. The 23-year-old from Wales, proving why people really rate him. 4 wins from 4. Finished the night with a ton-plus average win. And he had some shots that
41.
were dreamy. If he gets a few more wins from Group B tonight, we will see him on Saturday night. And he will cause
60.
a few stirs. Big, big fan of his. I'll tell you what game really excites me. The thought of it anyway. Conor Scutt versus Justin Smith potentially in the finals could be a bit of a blockbuster.
81.
2 young players of a similar age playing a similar pace. But that's what we've got here. 2 lads in their late 30s looking to reignite, or indeed, in Lee's case, start a possible career in professional darts. And he's in the better position, but only just. Make no mistake, in his second match of the day, if he can win it and get to 10 points and create a 4-point gap between him and Scott, he's in a good position to qualify, but he still has a lot of work to do.
90.
That'll do.
Scott, you require 114.
There hasn't really been any clinical evidence from Scott Marsh today that these shots are going to go. Are things about to change? Not yet.
58. Lee, you require 52.
The 12 option is taken for tops.
Game shot.
That's much better from League Cox. It's a
League
3-0 lead, looking to avenge the defeat to Scott Marsh yesterday. But that's what you want to do when you've got a 2-darter like that. Just take care of it immediately.
Game on.
Not only trying to get one back on Scott after yesterday and his only defeat,
57.
but in order to get back all of the legs that he lost in leg difference against Conor Scutt in match 2, a 4-0 victory would wipe out what he lost in a 4-0 defeat to Conor and re-establish a brilliant leg difference advantage of 9 legs over Wes Newton and Conor Scutt. Scutt, to me, just looks a little flat today. There's a lot of talking to himself
60.
in the background. He's trying to manufacture a bit of confidence and maybe a little bit of adrenaline. But he's coming up a little bit dry today. Averaged under 70 in his first match, and this is an improvement. But he's going to have to improve yet more after this, if indeed he is going to make the finals. A 74 average is not going to be enough to get you wins today, in my opinion.
100.
Well, he's just plugging away. That 100 in that third visit gives him that exact advantage. And these two are stablemates. They have the same manager.
100. $81.
Oh, that last start is painful. Just when you've opened up that 60 bed and you're thinking, I'm going to leave 64, he plants a small 1 and just makes the task a little bit harder. It's a steady ton from Scott, but this is the first chance to win the match. 66 was a good year. Not again. That leaves 34. Just get the maths right first. And it's double 17. And he's found it as well. That was a bit of a highlight reel shot. It's not as easy as ABC, but it is 1, 2, 3 for League Cox to get himself 4 legs to 0. He worked it out and he hits double 17 in the end. That has got all of the legs back that he lost against Conor Scutt, and an additional 2 points. An 84.68 average is an improvement on what we saw from him a little bit earlier. But that was a comical 1, 2, 3 checkout. I don't think I'm going to forget about that all day long. Well done, League Cox. Well, he's got through against Scott Marsh by 4 legs to 0. Wes Newton is looking to get a similar scoreline against Darren Beveridge, which would bolster his chances in this group. Interesting times ahead in this group as we go into match number 5. At the climax of this one, we will have seen 1/3 of our action, and Wes Newton is very much in the mix for a top 2 spot, but Darren Beveridge is not. Let's have a look at what we have coming up. The man from Fleetwood up in Lancashire, who is celebrating his birthday today, is up against the man from Edinburgh, who only has 2 points in this group. And after a narrow defeat to his countryman Nathan Girvin in match 3, and very little time for that to sink in, he now has to go up against the Warrior, who with 8 points in the bank is very much in with a chance of making the finals in a week for the very first time.
Okay, first leg, it's Wes to throw first. Game on.
I was remarking about Wes Newton's dart shirt yesterday.
140.
This one is a bit of a statement as well. It almost reminds me of one of the chapters of War of the Worlds about the red weed. He has a gladiator on there, or indeed a warrior, holding a dart. And he looks ready to yark that thing across a field with a shield as a dartboard. Very inventive.
60.
Unfortunately for Darren, the ice-cold shirt that he's wearing, the ice cubes have melted a little bit over the last couple of days. And his challenge has wilted.
60.
Bit of a shame, because I thought Darren was in the kind of form after his challenge to our success earlier this month, where potentially he would challenge for the overall title in Phase 4.
120.
But that's not going to be the case. Even if he wins all of his games from here today, he can only get to 10 points. And you fancy that either League Cox, Wes Newton,
100.
or Conor Scutt will make it to 12.
$100. Where's your require? 146.
First to the finish, and indeed on his own throw, which he will have in the odd-numbered legs in this match, which makes him the marginal favourite.
60. Darren, you require 164. $39.
There have been too many
Where's your
darts like
require?
that
86.
straying into the 5s and 1s over the last couple of days. Newton is thinking 18s here. He doesn't like the angle. It was awkward. For some reason,
46.
Wes really did
Darren,
focus on that treble when he could have gone for the big fat single to leave the bullseye. As it turns out, leaving tops from that position
79. Where's your require?
is a good thing, because
40.
Darren was failing on leaving a shot
Game shot on
from
the
125.
Where's
So
Newton?
one dart at a double in that leg. That will make him feel very good. If he can just crank up the scoring a little bit, the doubles are there and they're getting better.
Second leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Currently, we're having one of those groups where the points are being shared around.
45.
We are indeed into the second match of Batch 2, where everybody plays their second game. So the points are going to be shared around at this stage.
85.
But we have 4 players on 2 points, and only Marsh and Beveridge yet to score.
140.
Whatever you're doing this weekend, I hope it includes the Online Darts Live League. Have some fun, be responsible, care for each other.
57.
We've had a big dose of reality this week with the loss of our friend Kyle Anderson.
100.
Not to mention the fact that we lost our good friend Andy Fordham this year as well. And our close friend Bruce Spendley, one of the greatest referees in darts history. That should not be forgotten.
100.
One thing that has materialised over the last couple of days is that Damon Hetta, one of the top dart players from Australia, has started a fundraiser for Kyle Anderson's family. So if you'd like to know more information about that, please follow Damon Hetta on Twitter and on Facebook, and you can find out more about the things that are on offer for that fundraiser. There are so many dart shirts and pieces of memorabilia on offer. You can do an incredible thing by helping Kyle Anderson's family. Please follow Damon for that. I have indeed decided to donate one of my very unique dart shirts that haven't been on sale this year. So if you want to get your hands on one of them, get involved. It's for a very worthy cause.
56. Where's your require? 40.
Tops again, this time after 5 visits, not 6.
Game's
Same
on the
result.
second leg.
And if he's
Wes
getting 3
Newton.
darts at a double right now at that bed, you cannot afford to give him these opportunities. If you're Darren Beveridge, you're going to get drilled because he's growing in confidence. The more he wins here this week, the more chipper he's going to be. The one thing Wes hasn't had in the last 18 months with his darts matches is exuberance and confidence. He's searching for that. And you can see from what he's doing here the last couple of days that it's starting to be found. It's bad news for everybody, because if he starts finding stuff like this, it's vintage Newton.
140.
You never forget who you won your last PDC event against. You never forget who you won your first event against. And in Wes's case, his first ranking tournament win was against Steve Beaton. Doesn't come much better than that, really, does it?
Wes, you require 87.
20 for ball after the Beveridge maximum.
62.
A narrow miss offers Darren a chance of getting on the board here in leg 3. Sensational.
80.
But can't find the full stop to what was a very eloquent sentence. Oh, Newton goes down into double 16. Painful for the Warrior.
20.
And Darren Beveridge takes full advantage of that as he extinguishes the 2-leg gap and puts it to just the 1. That 180 in that leg did make a huge, huge difference.
It's Darren to throw first. Game on. 41.
Talking about Wes's first ranking title win against Steve Beaton in Girvin in Scotland at the Magnum Centre.
180.
He threw plenty of those that day. His last ranking event win, of course, was against yours truly.
100.
My first ranking title win was against the great Robert Thornton in the Australian Open in 2009. My last win, the Eddie Cox Memorial in Barnsley.
30.
Against Steve Brown in the final.
60.
I wonder if there are PDC titles at the most senior level for Darren Beveridge, because he's already got 2 Challenge Tour titles. One from a couple of years ago and one from earlier this month. He has got genuine potential. But this week just hasn't been his week.
100.
Plenty of times this week we have seen people get the ideal start.
65.
Wes Newton got that. He could have been 3-0 up. But we're seeing more and more that in best of 7,
40.
It's very possible to chase your opponent down.
60. Darren, you require 160.
Just ambling towards the chance of 3-1. He's fortunate that Darren misses on the 160 and doesn't really get much of substance.
107.
Downstairs first. Double 14.
79. Darren, you require
It's always going to be a tricky double from the angle he throws from. This would be very welcomed. Double top.
80.
3 in a perfect line, but one of them did not find the target. Plenty of room to the right-hand side.
No score.
It could have been 4-0 this match.
40.
He's missed 7 darts at a double in the last 2 legs.
35.
Beveridge, in a key
Wes
fashion,
require 28.
misses 3 at 3 different doubles there. You can see just how flat he is as he goes to the back of the room. Yet again, double 14.
Game
And
shot on the
finds
fourth
it
leg.
eventually.
Wes Newton.
He missed it once in a visit, then 3 times in a visit, and gets it with dart number 2 after that. But a sigh of relief comes his way as he makes a 3-1 scoreline. Look,
Game on.
about right in this game, I would say.
$91.
I'd say the only time you ever deserve to win 4-0 is if you deny your opponent 1 shot at a double.
100.
But maybe that's me overanalyzing performances. Minimal work to do for Newton. And he wants to sprint towards the line because currently his leg difference is exactly the same as Conor Scutt.
100.
And only 2 players can come through this group. There's going to be a dogfight for the first and second spot in this group. I can just feel it. Looking down the list of matches,
34.
it could well come down to Wes Newton versus League Cox in the very final match of the group.
55.
Conor Scutt finishes his campaign against Darren Beveridge in match 14. We might know who's through
85.
when it comes to match 15. But I'm kind of hoping that we don't, and that there is a lot on the line in that final match of Group C.
140.
Wes Newton looking to
56.
remain undefeated today on his birthday. It's double top.
46.
2 match
Darren,
darts
you
missed.
require
And
106.
he has missed quite a few doubles in this match. Another deep exhalation from Ice Cold,
49. Wes, you require 10.
who's only averaging 79 in this one. A 5th match dart is a double 1.
No score.
Oh, and he goes inside.
Darren, you require 57.
Too many misses. Too many opportunities offered to Darren Beveridge to keep himself alive, and he does.
On the 5th leg.
With an 18 dart
Darren Beveridge.
break of throw, and this game could just be beginning. The amount of shots that Wes missed at double 14, he only just got that 4th leg.
Game on.
And then he squanders chances at tops, 10s and 5s, and indeed double 1
60.
to get the points in the bank. And now he has to go all the way back and do all the scoring work again.
81.
I remember my ranking final, the last one between Wes and I.
41.
It was 1-all, 2-all, 3-all, 4-all, 5-all, and in the last leg,
59.
I left 24 after 12 darts. Missed double 12 inside. Going for a double 6, I had a 13 just in the corner.
96.
And then Wes took double 4 on the last dart to take the European Darts Trophy of 2013. You little scallywag.
100.
It wasn't just there that he broke my heart. He took me out in the quarterfinals of the World Grand Prix.
94.
He ended up losing to Michael van Gerwen in the semi-finals. I missed 1 match dart at the bullseye to beat him. And then, of course, that infamous 2014 World Match Play Last 16 match, which I have remained quite quiet about over the last 7 years. Because
56.
I was thrown to the Wolves that night. And the Wolves that were from Blackpool were not on my side. And accuracy is not on the side of Wes Newton there, as he fails to find another match dart, but he is about to get 3 more.
45. Wes, you require 8.
This is match dart 6.
No score.
And he's missed again. That
Darren,
one
you
was
require
not close.
109.
You can see how angry he is with that one. Is he taking all the way?
93.
By the finest of margins,
Wes,
we
you
say
require
no for now.
8.
But he's got to fix this situation. Double 2.
4.
He is going to be
Darren, you
boiling
require
inside right
60.
now. One dart left to survive.
No score.
And somehow that doesn't
Wes, you
go in.
require 4.
Double 2. Madhouse.
No score.
That is now more
Darren,
match
you
darts
require
missed
60.
by the Warrior than Nathan Girvin did
No score.
in his previous match against Ice Cold Beveridge, who misses
Wes, you
double 8
require
himself.
4.
Nathan Girvin took 10 match darts to dispose of Darren. This is number 12.
Game
But it's
shot
lucky
on the
number
match.
13 for the
Wes
44-year-old who gets over the line. And that compounds the pain of Darren Beveridge, who, without a shadow of a doubt now, is not going to be in the finals. A 75 average has got the job done, but that's about as positive as I can be about that one, I'm afraid. Wes Newton has got to find more points a little bit later on if he's going to get through this group, but he's in a good position on 10 points with League Cox at the top. Conor Scutt is in pursuit. He's on 8 points and he's up against Darren Beveridge's pal, Nathan Girvin, next. Frustrating times for our players, with Darren Beveridge suffering a second defeat of the day and Wes Newton with a second victory, but still frustrated with his performance. Lots of positives for him going forward though, as he's gathering points. Same can be said for this 25-year-old, using a 22-gram Simon Whitlock dart up against another young player in the 18-year-old, 2 times world youth runner-up, Nathan Girvin.
Hey, first leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
These are the portions of this group where Conor is going to be tested. He doesn't have any experience of playing group
81.
play here. But on his debut, he's being challenged. The gauntlet has been laid down by League Cox and Wes Newton. They're sitting pretty on 10 points. Conor is 2 points behind. So if he fails to get a win against Nathan Girvin,
59.
that means that Cox and Newton are very much in the driving seat going into the last half of play.
60.
If Conor Scutt does get victory here against Nathan Girvin for the second day in succession, Nathan Girvin is gone. He will have 3 games left and could only make 10 points. And you know for a fact that Scutt, Newton and Cox, 2 of them are going to get to 12. Darren Beveridge is already eliminated. He is the first person out of Group C. And I think there's a lot of people who will be surprised
57.
by that. I think a lot of players
100.
and people watching on were surprised that Scott Williams did not pick up a point last night. Indeed, we had a perfect ladder yesterday with the league.
101.
We had 0, 2, 4, 6 and 8 in the points. And it was Justin Smith atop those
41.
standings.
Conor requires 64.
64 for the first leg. There's the setup.
24. Nathan, you require 60.
That's to dodge a 2-darter from Nathan Girvin to break the Scutt throw.
50.
And he hasn't spoiled the chances yet.
Conor, you require 40.
3 darts at tops, and how fancy he's going to hit this.
Games on the first leg.
The feeling in my
Conor
water
Scutt.
was correct as he takes the first leg on tops. And yesterday, in his first 2 games, he had lots of problems on double 16 and double 8, but tops was an ally.
Nathan to throw first.
It's one of the reasons why he won his first game against Darren Beveridge. He slipped up against Wes Newton in match 2, but got straight back on the winning train against Scott Marsh in his 3rd match. And it is Scott Marsh who he will play in his 3rd match again today. Now, if he wins this game and that game to get to 12 points,
140.
that will eliminate Scott Marsh, and it will be a 3-horse race.
93. 140.
At times this week, I really have enjoyed watching Nathan Girvin, but I just have a sneaky suspicion that he's got too much to do in this
58.
table.
Nathan, you require 90.
He left points out there yesterday. He's got 40 left, though.
70.
Is that a sign that Nathan Girvin is starting to relax a little bit and he's going to try and just find his shots with a bit of creativity
50.
instead of thinking too
Nathan,
much
you require 20.
at this later stage in Group C?
Games
double
on the
10
second leg.
Is just a double
Nathan
10.
Girvin.
You don't really go any other way for 20 unless you are at an exhibition where you might go double 2, double 8 or something different like 2 double 5s, but that is very traditional
Conor to throw
from
first.
Conor.
Game on.
Sorry, from Nathan. I'm getting confused. A lot of these young players do look alike. I mentioned yesterday that Conor Scutt is almost like a mini Luke Humphreys.
58.
Well, if he turns out to do the things that Luke Humphreys has done this year, he's going to have a decent career. 4 finals this year for Luke Humphreys.
134.
One of them in a senior major. Splendid scoring,
180.
which gets Nathan back in this leg. Now, when they did play yesterday, it was 4-2 to
61.
Conor Scutt. He averaged 86.41. Doubles weren't particularly brilliant at 26%. They were good enough.
87.
That's the one thing for me that needs to improve from yesterday. Only 25% on doubles for the day. That is not something that can continue. He's going to need
57.
at least 10% more accuracy on doubles. He's going to trouble some of these players when they're playing at their best.
136. Conor, you require 154.
Girvin is here to spoil the chances of Conor. We did see at the back end of Group A the best of Nathan Girvin.
Nathan, you require
just
40.
when he knew that he couldn't qualify, when he could relax.
Game shot.
We're seeing the same from him again, because that's a 13 darter in no time at all. And if he's going to spoil everybody's chances, he could make Group C even harder to predict.
Fourth leg, it's Nathan to throw first.
So let's go through who Nathan Girvin's got left.
58.
He's got Wes Newton next in match 9. Then he's got League Cox, the league leader, in match 11. And then he finishes up
60
against Scott Marsh. So he is going to have a say. Even if he doesn't get through himself, he will have something to do with who does get through this group.
55.
From a technical perspective, the one thing that really does need to be nipped in the bud from Nathan is that left leg coming
140.
through. Now, has he cut his finger here? If he has, we're going to need to get him medical attention. If he's pricked himself with a point, or indeed cut himself on something else that's sharp, don't leave it alone, Nathan. Or maybe it's just a little irritation. At the end of this leg, we might have to get him some first aid, because he keeps looking at it, and if it's going to bother him, best thing to do is to get a plaster on it and stop the bleeding. Just another example that this game, you have to take care. There's a lot of sharp objects around. It really is worrying him. And if the referee has recognised what's happened, he really should ask for some assistance. Some of the points that are engineered these days are sharper than ever.
60.
Some crafts like chefing in kitchens, you've got so many sharp objects around. You really do have to look after yourself. And you can't take for granted that these darts are going to stay out of harm's way. Well, there was a documentary quite a few years ago called Blood on the Carpet.
58.
It was all about the split between the BDO and the
121.
WDC back in the early 90s. We're sincerely hoping that we don't get blood on the dartboard. Bullseye.
96. Nathan, you require
Nathan
130.
Find his way to 3-1 here. Possibly.
Game
oh,
shot on the
beautifully
fourth
done
leg.
from Nathan Girvin to get a 3-1 lead. And this really is helping League Cox and Wes Newton at the top of the table, because Nathan Girvin has got the chance of getting through this group, but it's only the most marginal opportunity.
First. Game on.
He has to keep winning. If he does have a perfect day, he can
60.
get 12 points. But he needs every single result to go his way.
59.
And his leg difference currently stands at -7. So he's going to need to win by large margins as well. It's very unlikely.
60.
But it's still mathematically possible. It's a great performance, it has to be said.
95.
A 96.5 average up to date. And Conor Scutt only on 82 is being shown the way by the young Scot. Nothing seems to have really clicked here for Conor. 3 shots at a double. Nathan's had twice as many.
134.
And he's hit 3 times as many. Conor's got a lot to think about. $237 away from saving the match, but Nathan Girvin is a lot lower than that. Only 2 little snowmen away from his 4th point of the day. The only other player to get 2 wins from 2
Nathan, you require
is Wes
88.
Newton. 6 darts from here, and he might only need 2 of them.
Game
Beautifully
shot
done
out
from
the
Nathan
match.
Girvin to finish with a 14 darter, and he can now go and get a little plaster for that finger. But ever since he cut his finger, he was like a boxer that had been bulldozed around the ring and really found some sort of fight. That was a great performance. 98.49 from him. That, for me, I believe, is one of his best wins of the entire year. 57% on the checkouts as well, and a high checkout of 130. A wonderful performance from the young Scot. Darren Beveridge didn't have much time to think before he came back in the previous match, and he hasn't had much time to think before his next one, because it's coming up now against League Cox. Performance of the group was, well, we've just seen that from Nathan Girvin. A wonderful 98.5 average and a really good performance on the doubles from the young Scot. So he's still in it, but only just. The man at the top, League Cox, is coming up now against Darren Beveridge, who is effectively eliminated. Can't take your foot off the pedal here, Lee, because there are people in pursuit of you. You've just had a good result for you, courtesy of Conor Scutt losing his 2nd match of the day. He indeed did lose to Conor in his first match of the day by 4-0, but he rectified that
First leg, it's Darren
by
to throw
beating
first.
Scott Marsh by the same scoreline.
Game on.
So from a leg perspective, it is as you were at the start of play. He's got 2 more points to his tally. But I just get the feeling that he is 2 wins away from the finals.
100.
And I've mentioned 4-0s already a couple of times in this match. It was 4-0 to Lee against Darren yesterday.
60.
Oh, how he would like that again. Just reading some of the sports stories that are going around the world this morning. The possibility of Cristiano Ronaldo going to Man City makes my head spin. I'm not a Manchester United fan by any means. I'm a Newcastle United fan, but the idea of Ronaldo going to Man City, I can only imagine what Manchester United fans are thinking today.
100.
It's a bit like Lee Clark of Newcastle United going to Sunderland. That didn't end well.
60.
But now that Darren is eliminated from this group, he knows he's not going to be here on Saturday, so the long drive home up to Scotland will happen on Saturday.
111.
He's still not sure whether Nathan Girvin is going to be joining him.
145.
Because Girvin on 6 points is still in pursuit. What a great second dart that was from Lee.
105.
And the third dart to match.
121.
Well, there's the 1. But unfortunately, you can't take 120 and 2.
41. They require 40.
Tops for an early break and a 5th consecutive leg against Darren Beveridge this week. He's pushing wires.
20. Darren, you require
that hurts.
80.
Double 10 for Darren. He's pushing the wire.
66.
Just a bit too overzealous with that one.
20.
Hits the single 6.
League
League Cox just hits that double 10. That was very, very close to busting the score. And we've seen a couple of bust shots already today, but he has got his 5th consecutive leg of the week against Darren Beveridge.
To throw first. Game on.
If Nathan Girvin does stand any chance
45.
of getting through this group in the top 2, he really does need a Darren Beveridge win. If that does not come, Girvin is 6 points adrift
85.
of Lee at the top with 3 games left. And the key game really is for Nathan when he comes in match 9 against Wes Newton. If he does not beat Wes, job over.
60.
The next match we've got after this, Marsh and Scutt.
100.
It's not the be-all and end-all, but boy, for position, it means a lot.
60.
And those 2 players could really do with a Darren Beveridge win here to just peg Lee Cox back. But it doesn't look like it's going to come. That's a beautiful maximum.
180.
You just love to plant those in to leave a double. Whether it's from 220, 216, you come back for double 18, full of confidence, and take 216 and 4. You can't do any better than that. It doesn't matter whether you've got 5, 6, 7 darts in your hand. If you take it in 4, you're full of beans.
Throw first. Game on.
It's not just about masses amount of maximums and big
60.
checkouts. The real things that give you confidence are the things like that. 216 and 4. And the kind of things that we've seen earlier in the week. Scott Marsh, for me, threw the best 6 darts of the week. He had a 180
42.
to leave 137, and then he hit treble 19 double top for a 317 and 6. That's going to take some beating.
100.
And if we rewind all the way back to phase 1, back in March, the very first week of this year's live league, we saw the maximum 6-star checkout. 350 from Andy
25.
Jenkins. The maximum 180, followed by the 170 maximum finish. That has been seen this year once.
140.
We've seen more 9 darters than that.
$100.
Beveridge just can't seem to get into this match, whereas League Cox is cantering towards a 3-0 scoreline.
60.
That's a little bit of a stutter, though. A little bit of a speed bump in the road.
$42.
In winning 4 legs to 0 against Darren yesterday, it was a bit odd. You only had to average 83. Double 18 again.
80.
You saw that little steel wire just move a tad. That's better from Darren.
Lee, you require 36.
Double 18. Same hole. What a couple of guides.
18.
What a miss that is. That
Darren,
will not please him at
92.
all. Treble 17 will be the target now.
$32. Lee require
Can
80.
Lee find double 9 for a second break of throw? Is he going to split it? I believe he is. Double 8.
James on the third
What
leg.
a good plan.
League Cox.
Go to the double that you really feel is going to give you the leg. Don't mess with the odd numbers. And 7 consecutive legs against Darren Beveridge here for League Cox. It's all going his way.
To throw first.
And it just keeps coming.
140.
You can probably see that League Cox is using an old-style Dave Chisnell dart. I remember going back to Australia a few years ago, and everybody was using these darts. And I mean almost everybody.
100.
I'm not going to say literally everybody, because literally everybody wasn't. But I would say,
81.
with the amount of dart players that I was seeing at my old Super League venue in Dandenong, Victoria, and indeed at my old darts club at the MSDA
85.
in Croydon in Eastern Melbourne, 1 out of every 4 people were using these darts. They were so popular.
48.
Sign of frustration there from Darren, and I do not blame him at all. It has been a very frustrating couple of days.
140.
He's only human. And against League Cox, not just today but yesterday, he has been battered.
40. Lee required.
What a result this is for League Cox. And the result is in the bag. He gets 8 consecutive legs against Darren Beveridge. So he gets the perfect 2 performances. And that really does bolster his position at the top of the table. He has now got 12 points. And his leg difference has gone to an unbelievable plus 17. So the chasing pack, who really wanted a Darren Beveridge win, do not get their wish. And the chasing pack will do duel right now, which is Scott Marsh against Conor Scutt. A little look at that performance of League Cox. About an 8% difference in his average from beating Darren yesterday. A very, very tidy performance indeed. But Scutt and Marsh come next, and one of them is going to really suffer if they lose. Things are getting very urgent if your name is Scott Marsh. If you lose this one, I don't think you are going to find your way through to the finals on Saturday night. His opponent is his closest challenger, of course, with 2 more points than he's got, and that is Conor Scutt. This is how it stands. Scott Marsh on 6 points, in 4th position in the table. He's actually in 5th at the minute. He's been overtaken by Nathan Girvin for now.
Okay, first leg it's Scott to throw first.
He has this game in hand on Nathan. If he keeps losing, because he's lost his first 2 today, Scott,
100.
His predicament will get worse. And that will mean that he has a 4-point gap to Scutt and Newton with 2 matches left.
57.
And League Cox will be out of range for him. He's at 12. He plays 2 of the next 3 matches. And he's playing Darren Beveridge in match 10, who's not having a good
60.
time of it. So maybe that would be a good time to play Darren. But for Conor Scutt, the debutant this week, he's got a genuine shot
60
at the finals if he wins here. And he's done a favour by Nathan Girvin next against Wes Newton. Good news coming out of the PDC this morning that the European Championship is going to take place in October.
55.
And that's going to take place between the 14th and 17th of October. That's going to be in the beautiful country of Austria. So for the very first time, the European Championship is going to Österreich, as they say in German.
$121.
After his last defeat against Nathan Girvin, Conor Scutt's got to get his mojo back. Only averaged 79 in that match. But if one thing
85
was learned about this young man yesterday is that he can bounce back. He lost his second match yesterday to Wes Newton, and then he came straight back after that and got a win against Scott Marsh by 4 legs to 2. Boy, would he like to do that again.
80.
And this is indeed the middle match of the day. So we are in the second half of proceedings once this match is over.
41. Scott, you require 85.
Yet again, Conor just seems a bit flat in this one. Needs a spark from somewhere. Yeah. As 52 has been left by Scott. And he's assured
45.
of 3 darts at double top when he returns. That's where the first dart needs to be planted.
100.
Good pressure applied.
Scott, you require 40. Game
Splendid from Scott Marsh. Much better. You can see that somewhat ironic shrug of the shoulders because today things just have not worked out for him. He really has left points out there, and that effort in the first leg is a nice sign that he's going in the right
Second
direction.
Leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
Who's to say if Scott Marsh does win this
77.
match, that's 57 points find their way to the floor for Conor Scutt, that maybe it'll be Cox and Newton coming through this group because they're in spots 1 and 2 at the minute. The ideal result
100
for Wes Newton and League Cox is a Marsh win. And then if Newton beats Girvin next, then there's a 4-point gap at the top of the table between 2 players and the other 2 in the chasing pack with only 2 matches left. We could indeed have our 2 qualifiers by the time we come to Conor Scutt playing Wes Newton.
66.
The one thing I will say about this room that they're playing in is that it's very, very quiet. It's very reminiscent of a room we used to play in for the Championship League darts about a decade ago, where there were two boards back to back.
60.
If you make one tiny little sound, your opponent is going to hear it. It's not the kind of room
60.
during a Thursday and a Friday, and of course on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, that you're going to get loads of grunting and gesticulating and making noise. It's not like the Alexandra Palace stage or the Winter Gardens or anything like that. This is a library atmosphere.
100.
And if things aren't going your way, trying to manufacture adrenaline is difficult.
60.
If you're a
Scott, you
stage player
require
and you need adrenaline,
141.
these little arenas can be very difficult to play in. Marsh might go to the 18s now.
57.
Maybe he should have.
Conor, you require 157.
It's really worrying, this trend of
94.
Conor averaging well below what
Scott,
he did
you
yesterday.
require 84.
It was very decent, averaging 87 for Thursday. He's well down on that today. Double 11.
62.
One more number is required.
Conor, you require
62 scored by Scott Marsh. 63 required by Conor. Double top.
43.
Oh, he pushes the wire the wrong way.
Scott, you require 22.
For a vital break of throw. Needs to get the single first. That looks good.
Game
so
shown the
does
second
that.
leg.
2-0 to Scott Marsh, and he has the break of throw in the bank. You see that perfectly planted single 3. The double 4 is just as good in the centre portion of that green bed in the 2 o'clock position. And if he holds again, 3-0 could really transform his chances. Now, one thing that really does not go
140
into the favour of Scott Marsh is his leg difference. Of the chasing pack, he has the worst leg difference by quite some distance.
55.
He's on 6 points and a leg difference of -5. So, you'd have to say a big win here against Conor would transform things. Because if you don't understand how leg difference works, it's the difference
96.
in the winning legs and the losing legs. So let's say it's 4-0. You would go +4 if you win. And you'd lose 4 legs if you lose 4-0. There will be a leg swing of 8.
180.
So let's say Scott Marsh does win by 4 legs to 0. He'll go to -1 in leg difference. Conor Scutt will go to -3. So everything flips around.
133.
Even when he hit that maximum with his last visit, Conor was just a bit flat. Does the right thing going south.
99.
And then back north to leave 167. That was very clever.
Scott, you require 132.
Looking for 265 and 6. Boy, does that look good. Oh, so is that. Double 16.
100.
That would have been an absolute perler.
You require
That second bullseye was so pretty. 57 for bullseye. Oh, they're both scaring really good outs there.
Scott, you require 32.
Neither of them get it hit. But
But
Scott Marsh finds a 13 darter. That third leg of that contest was completely littered with quality. But Marsh comes up with the leg win, and he's 3-0 up now. Really, really in a good position.
100.
This is a bit of a disaster for Conor Scutt, who was heavily defeated by Nathan Girvin in his second match of the day. That put him in a little bit of jeopardy in the chasing pack. This would be horrendous.
125.
But like they always say, you learn more from defeat than you do from winning. And right now, Conor Scutt is learning a lot.
$60.
Scott Marsh really has got his act together. This is very much a Scott Marsh performance. Good on doubles.
59.
I say good, he's 50%. It's better than good. 88 on his average, which is much better than what we've seen from earlier today. 68 in his first game. 77 in his game after that. So he's incrementally improving by 10% as each game goes on.
80.
He does have a very high level of performance in best of 7 darts. The best that we've seen from him
45.
is 114 last year from his own garage. I remember commentating on that match. The scary thing is, it could have been better. He really wants this win. And he's got Conor shaking his head at the back of the room. He's left 95, so the treble 19 is the shot.
96.
But this is for 4-0 to go to third place in the table. To go above Nathan Girvin and Conor Scutt in one foul swoop.
$43.
He might still get the opportunity to do that
Conor requires
with a 4-0.
76.
But it's up to this guy to hit tops first.
Game show
And
on
he
the
does.
fourth leg.
He stops getting
Conor
drilled
Scutt.
by 4 legs to 0. He gets his first leg of the contest and the first step on the ladder to the fight back. There is a nice 76 checker to make him feel a lot better about things
Game on.
as he raises his average to 82. Job number 1 in making sure that you are not defeated is to make sure that your
42.
opponent does not get a match dart. Well, Conor's done that very well. You do not want to be 3-0 down.
96.
But if he can still deny Scott Marsh match shots in every leg of the contest, he will win. That may be an oversimplification of the game, but it's incredibly true. You can really bully someone in a match, but if you don't get yourself a match dart, you're not going to get over the line.
$39.
Not the only dart that Conor has had on the floor from that treble 19. We don't just learn about young players when they're playing well, like he did yesterday. We learn about them when they're not. How do they respond to adversity?
100.
We have seen adversity for Scott Marsh in previous groups, and he has come through with the reputation as someone that can grind. They're very hard to break down, players like Scott Marsh.
100.
And so far in this 5th leg, he's maintained his advantage of throw. I'm pretty sure that Conor is more comfortable playing a faster paced game. He doesn't know what to do with himself at the back of the room.
60.
He'd rather play against Nathan Girvin, someone who just gets on with it. But this is the beautiful thing about having so many different opponents in this game. Everyone's different. Everyone's a slightly different pace. Not one game is like the other. And he did have a 170 yesterday, did Conor Scutt. Can he grab himself another one?
78. Conor, you require 170.
That's perfect. He'll be devastated that the second dart did not find its target because the third one did.
Scutt, you require 122.
The first chance he had for the match was 121 in leg 4. He didn't get a shot at the outer ring. 122. And he doesn't get a shot at the bullseye either in leg number 5. So yet again,
52.
no match winning double.
Conor, you require 40.
Is getting a look, and Conor Scutt is back to tops. But the problem with that visit is that he fails to shut Scott Marsh out.
Scutt, you require 70.
And Marsh should get at least one dart at a double here. That dart is at tops.
50.
That will have looked good. And if Conor's got anything to do with it now,
20.
He'll peg Scott all the way back to 481 points more than what he has right now. And that's what he does with a really positive effort at double 10. It could have been 4-0 if he'd have found a 1-2-1. It could have been 4-1 if he'd have found a 1-2-2. What are the odds that he'll leave 1-2-3 in this
Conor
leg?
to throw first. Game on. $100.
All week long, we have not seen anybody win from 3-0 down. Are we about to see that? Marsh says, I hope not. In the best possible way. As he starts with a maximum. And that is his
46.
first of this match. He has a presence, Scott Marsh. I don't know whether it comes across on screen, but he's very tall.
43.
I've never played Scott Marsh in person. I've played him online during the live league in 2020. But speaking to him towards the practice room and after the coverage yesterday, I reminded myself of just how tall he is. He's well over 6 foot. You can see that he does stoop a little bit when he approaches the board, so he decreases his height by a good couple of inches. It's a side-on stance.
26.
Very much the weight going onto the right hip. Conor's a bit more upright with his shorter stature. A little bit of a jerk upwards when he throws every dart. Very similar to that of, say, a Jockey Wilson or a Nathan Aspinall. You just have to find what works. Next we've got Nathan Girvin and Wesley Newton.
100.
And Nathan Girvin's been playing some
Conor,
good darts today.
156.
Both Newton and Girvin undefeated so far.
45.
Tense
Scott,
stuff here.
152.
They both understand what is going on. Marsh needs the win. Conor Scutt really wants it to join Wes Newton on 10 points.
100.
And to get it from 3-0 down,
111.
he's going to need this Nelson checkout. 90 left. No such joy.
60. Scott, you require 52.
He needs misses. And misses at tops.
42.
And he gets them.
Conor, you require 51.
That's now 3 match darts in 2 different legs. Oh, that one's come right out of the cannon. Double 16 eventually.
19.
He will not be pleased with all 3 darts
Scutt,
there,
you
even the
require
single that was
10.
a success. Conor thinks the match is over. He's at the back of the room. Darts are on the table. And he was right, because the 5th match dart at double 5 gets the job done, and he now has company on 8 points. This story of Group C is just starting by the looks of it, because we have 2 players now on 8 points, 1 person on 10, and the leader is now on 12. The stats from that match, well, they were decent, but indeed there will be better stats that we'll look at today. Scott Marsh with an 80 average and 36% on the doubles. The high checkout indeed was a shot at double top earlier on, but we may get more from Girvin and Newton, because that is coming up in a key match for Nathan Girvin, because if he loses, that's that. Like the dog said to the twig, it's crunch time. Nathan Girvin comes into this match, and if he doesn't win it, he knows he's going to be eliminated from Group C. And that would definitely bolster the position of Wesley Newton. The smile is back after he had an injury in the last match. I'm sure it's been attended to now. It didn't stop him from putting in his best performance of the week, though. He has had a bigger average.
Hey, first leg it's Nathan.
Indeed, Nathan Girvin this week.
Game on.
But he had a ton-plus average in a defeat. But 98.49 and 57% on the checkouts against Conor Scutt in match 6.
100.
It was very good indeed. Winning by 4 legs to 1. And that result was really good for Wes Newton. And indeed, the
60.
last match was good for Wes Newton as well, because Scott Marsh has kept Conor Scutt at bay. But Newton now has 2 players just 1 win behind
60.
him. And if he fails to beat Nathan Girvin here, we will have 12 points for Newton. Actually, 12 points for League Cox.
95.
10 points for Newton. 8 points for Marsh. 8 points for Scutt. And 8 points for Girvin. It's all to play for.
96.
But because we are now dwindling in match scenarios,
140.
if Girvin does lose here, with 2 matches left, he can only get to 10 points. Both Cox and Newton would be on 12, so he would not be able to
39.
get to the top 2. He knew he was going to have a perfect day. He's got 2 of the 5 wins he requires.
100.
Now he needs number 3. And he's up against the only person who was undefeated today alongside him.
138. Where's you require? 106.
106 for Wes Newton to get the first leg and a break of throw.
58.
I'd like to say
Nathan,
first
you
blood
require
to
68.
Nathan Girvin if he gets this, but I think there was blood in the last match. Tops.
Game shot on the
There it
first
is.
leg.
First blood it is to
Nathan
Nathan Girvin. He gets the first leg of the contest. Here we will see the instant replay where that single was decent. It was a little bit close to the 57.
Second leg, Wes to throw first.
But that's why we have the wires on the
Game on.
dartboard, to separate the mediocre from the brilliant.
85.
It's definitely an upward curve for the young
70.
lad with the fringe. He's playing similar darts to what we saw on Wednesday when he was effectively eliminated from Group A. So when the pressure is removed,
59.
he does start to play properly. As it stands, only one player from this group has been eliminated mathematically. And that is Darren
100.
Beveridge at the foot of the table on 2 points. And it looks very much likely that Beveridge will stay at the foot of the table. He's got Scott Marsh next. Based on what we've seen from Beveridge and Marsh today, that could be a bit of a messy match.
58.
I sincerely hope I'm wrong.
$95.
Newton has to go downstairs for this. He knows what to do. And that was it.
139.
Really well thought out. Great execution from the Warrior. What we'd like to see, Wes, is you hit that 160.
58. Where's you require? 160.
Best checkout this week so far of 78. Come on, Wesley. Oh,
shot the
classic Wes
second
Newton,
leg.
299
Wes Newton.
in 6. That was magical from the Warrior. I'd like to say that's vintage Newton. It's a bit of a cliche,
So like it's
but I've seen him do that plenty over the years, and that will give his confidence a real injection.
$96.
Not just the fact that he took that shot, but he set it up with perfect tactics.
140.
Every dart was aimed at the right spot. Every dart found the target that he found in his mind first.
140.
Admittedly, with his first dart on the 299, he was hoping to get a treble 19, but the single was just as good. He can't take
85.
299 in less than 6 darts. So now we just have to start the debate. Which was better?
57.
299 in 6 from Newton or 317 in 6 from Marsh earlier this week? Well, I'm going to have to go for the 299, I think.
59.
Just because of the thought process of going 19s first.
85.
Wes Newton has seen young whippersnappers come and go in front of his very eyes, his 44-year-old eyes. He's dispatched a few in his time. He's seen some of them overtake him, the likes of Cullen and Van Girvan and some others. But he has a superb
55.
opportunity now of
Boys, you
breaking
require
Nathan's throw
82.
and getting the lead after 3. 17. 4 double top.
62. Nathan,
Left
you
foot
require
was just a little
68.
bit off the floor before that dart was out of the hand. The timing wasn't perfect, but that's good. And
Game
so is
shot on the
that.
third leg.
Not the
Nathan
first
Girvin.
time he has done the treble 12 trick on 68. It's a shot that we usually see from Krzysztof Ratajski, and it is indeed a shot that I've used in my
Fourth leg,
career a
it's
lot
Wes
as
to
well,
throw
but
first.
Nathan Girvin
Game
is
on.
using that very effectively this week indeed. I like it because if you get the treble, you go immediately south towards that double 16, a bed that Nathan Girvin does like to leave.
43.
But if you get the single, you can go straight across to the single 20, then the double 18. It's a nice graduation across the board for a right-hander.
134.
But if you do want to go for single 16 and tops, all of the beds are going to be open. There's going to be no blockers in the way.
100.
You might wonder what is next for Wes Newton.
60.
Well, I'm sure he's going to go to some challenge tour darts next week. Because it is back, and that's exactly where Nathan Girvin will be going, because he's at number 11 in the order of merit. We're not going to get a 170 to add to the 160 from Newton.
96.
The challenge tour was on earlier this month. It was 6 wins over the course of 6 tournaments for Wes Newton. Wins over Freddie Box,
85.
Colin Osborne, Adam Huckfield,
Wes, you require 74.
and some others. Double 16.
Game shot on the
Oh, much
fourth
better.
leg.
Now,
Wes
Wes Newton,
Newton.
after his last win, poked his head around the door and said that his last win was a bit of a struggle in beating Darren Beveridge with a 75 average, and I gave him a little piece of advice. I said, let the game come to you. Don't go after it too hard. Don't try too hard. Well, right now he's averaging 98
58.
with 67% on his doubles, so it seems to be working. Girvin averaging 82, but 100% on doubles.
58.
Maybe if Wes Newton can have a really good week this week, he could go to the challenge tour next week and really find
96.
something. I don't think there are many people out there who would begrudge Wes another stint at the big time. I know his walk-on song is very popular
47.
at big events, especially with my good old friend Ian Danter from TalkSport 2, who was a big fan of Kiss. Because, of course, it is Crazy Crazy Nights
180.
by Kiss, which is his walk-on song. Crazy, crazy, crazy 60s from Nathan Girvin
60. Nathan, you
to
require
gain the lead
167.
in leg 5.
$60.
You would still assume that Nathan Girvin's going to win, having that 229 advantage. You saw Wes
60.
signalling there up,
Nathan,
which
you
means
require
that
107.
he's recognised that a lot of his first darts are too low. This leg should not be lost. I will say that right now.
23.
but he could lose it if Newton finds something big here and Girvin slips up again.
$40. Nathan, you require
Wouldn't
84.
classify that as something big. Just going to amble his way towards that
52.
double, which is double 16. And he's the one in the driving seat at 18 years of age.
100.
We're going to stay on track
Nathan,
for
you
a
require
very
32.
unlikely crack at the top two, and he
Aims on
still
the
hasn't
fifth
missed a
leg.
double.
Nathan Girvin.
On Wednesday, he was doing this exact thing. He was finding perfect doubling performances when the pressure was taken off, but the pressure is definitely on him right now.
Sixth flag, it's Wes to throw first. Game on.
He's still alive in the race.
$177.
Splendid from the Warrior. He finds that right. What a perfect way to start this sixth leg.
59.
Nathan Girvin will play in 2 matches' time against League Cox. And then he finishes up against Scott Marsh.
137.
His job will be done come match 13. Scutt, Newton and Cox will have matches after he's
100.
finished.
$87.
Very good leg. If you offered Wes Newton 100 after 9, he would have taken it.
42.
Looks like we're
Wes
going all the way.
100.
For only the second time today. The only other game that went all the way was Girvan versus Beveridge.
Game
And
shot on the
Girvin won
sixth
that
flag.
one. Newton takes
Wes
the 100
Newton.
for a 12 darter, and we are going to 4-3. Great recovery as he finds the 45 and the tops.
Seventh and final
And
leg.
that's
it's
a little
Nathan to
injection
throw
of confidence
first.
there going into the
Game
last
on.
leg of the contest where Newton needs a break. So this is it, Nathan. Win the leg, you're still alive.
96.
Lose it, you're out.
$46.
Not the ideal start for Wes.
$100.
Powerful ton. And a lead of 150. Looks very good right now. Got to stay there.
140.
Superb. Now Wes, from 299 earlier in the match, you did exactly the right thing on approach. And with Girvin getting a 140 to lead 165, you've got to start 25 here for me. Now we can't leave a finish. You see the 25 or bull
93.
with 2 treble 20s gets you to the finish. Wes is relying on a mistake from Girvin, which is not coming. And he finds the 133 to leave 32. Scrapping brilliantly today. And he's looking to get his 6th point of the
100.
day
Nathan, you require
against
32.
a very, very well-performing Wes Newton. His first miss at a double comes right there. But it is
Game
followed
shot
by a
over
hit at double 8 right in the middle.
Nathan Girvin.
Oh, that was a good game. I really did enjoy that one. I hope you did too. That was the best game we've seen all day long. And just how good was this double 8? Look at this. Right in the middle, just as he needed it to keep his hopes alive. And he's now on 8 points with 2 other players. 94.49 for Newton. 12 more than his opponent. Classic wading from Girvin. Beautiful, beautiful game. 4 legs to 3 with that cracking 160 out after the 139 approach from Wes Newton. We're going to move on to Scott Marsh and Darren Beveridge. Scott Marsh, it's all about you in this one because you are the one who needs the points. 2 matches left for all of our players now, and the next one for Scott Marsh, it is key. As you can see from our table here, Scott Marsh in 5th position, but still within distance of that top 2 spot. A win here, and a big, heavy one as well, against Darren Beveridge, who was eliminated, would be very welcomed if you are Marshy. We really do have to start talking about leg difference. Scott Marsh, who previously today has lost to Wes Newton.
Okay, first leg, it's Scott to throw first.
He has lost to League Cox, but then won against Conor Scutt. You just wonder what is coming next.
97.
As for Darren Beveridge, he knows that his action will come to an end in match 14 against Conor Scutt. But he could have something to say about who gets through.
$140.
So we've had 3 matches for all of our players today, and 2 now remain. In the case of Darren Beveridge, 2 matches for pride, and 2 matches to see if he can guide his pal in Nathan Girvin to the top 2. But the leg difference is playing its part right now. For Marshy, at -3, it doesn't make for good reading.
59.
The person in second spot currently, Wes Newton, is at +5. So there's an 8-leg difference right there, not to mention the 2-point gap. But if he wins this match, and he wins against Nathan Girvin, not only will he eliminate Nathan Girvin, but he will set the target in match 13.
42. Scott, you require 124.
6 darts from here is a cushy position when you're after points. And you would expect him to beat Darren Beveridge because
44.
He strikes me as someone who has been plotting his head against the door and it's not moved.
100. Scott, you require 80.
I'm going to make a prediction here. Small 20, big 20 tops. Well, that one's out the window. Well done, Nico. I do get it right now and again, but sometimes I get it spectacularly wrong.
94.
93 left. Well, there's the 3. And more frustration for Darren.
22. Scott, you require 16.
Double 8. And he's going to take his time. Superb little bumper, that one. Oh, no, too much. Didn't even use the guide.
Darren, you require 72.
This would sting. Double 12.
66.
Just strikes me as someone who's not got a great deal of confidence
Scott,
when he gets to the doubles right now. I don't blame him. He's worked really hard this week without success. Double 4.
Game
and she goes for Marshy to get himself a 1-0 lead. He's going to have to improve on that if he wants to have a decent average in this game, but he would take a 65 average right now, which is exactly what he's doing, as long as he gets the right amount of legs. Well, based on his leg difference, he needs to win this by a margin. If he doesn't, he's backing himself into a corner.
140.
Just got a bit of a shout out for one of our regular viewers. Stuart the Wee Man McNally has sent us a picture of him watching in quarantine, waiting to go offshore in Mozambique. Well, he says we're keeping him sane.
91.
I'll tell you what, Stuart. Working over in Mozambique, that is probably the tweet of the week. Hope you're well. We know you are an incredibly positive person to everybody in the Darts family. We love having you watching us. And
43.
good luck to you over there in Africa, whatever you're up to. Just had Jeremy 96 get in touch as well, saying that he enjoyed that last match, didn't we all? It was a really good 7-leg thriller. Everybody tuning in, if you do have a little bit of Twitter action, don't be afraid to get in touch with me at the Asset 180 and indeed at Darts Live League, as you can see in the bottom right corner of your screen.
170.
If Darren's been missing something, it's been to the low right-hand side. That small one, very symptomatic of that.
78.
Over to the 20s, or indeed he can use the 18s if he wishes. But going to the 20s first was the right thing to do, and that one goes into the treble 5.
92.
And all of the calculating is a moot point now because it leaves him on a bogey number.
29.
Oh, how he wishes he'd left 170, because he has hit 2 of them already this year. One of them in the first leg of Monday. What a way to start the week.
$55. Darren, you requires 63.
I think that's a single 6. Yes, it is. That is a single 17. This is a tops coming
43.
in. But the arm looks tired to me.
Scutt, you require 114.
Both players have been doing battle since Monday morning. Double top.
94.
It was almost 2-0.
Darren, you require 20.
Can he get it right on double 10 to equalise at 1-1? And when you're not playing your best and you're lacking in confidence, that's the kind of thing that happens.
Scutt, you required 20.
Marsh being given so many opportunities for legs that he doesn't deserve. And I don't mean that facetiously. This is going to have to be one of the best darts he's thrown all week. What a great angle that is. Keep that camera on. Oh, what a dart from Scott Marsh. What a camera angle and what a shot. Oh, one of the darts of the week, if not the dart of the week. Oh, we didn't expect to see it from that angle. I think we're going to have to get an instant replay of that at some point. But it's 2-0 Marsh.
Throw first. Game on.
We saw the dart in the air. Just when you think you've seen it all at the Live League, we get a trajectory cam.
93.
That is one of the most impressive shots I have seen here all year.
140.
I want to get that one clipped up and put on social media. I want to see that again. I did mention about the charity efforts that are going on social media right now for the family of the late Kyle Anderson. Well, a tweet's just been released in the last hour by Australian captain Simon Whitlock. He's saying to visit the Twitter account of Damon Heta, his future World Cup partner, in the next couple of weeks. And Simon has decided to auction his forthcoming World Cup shirt. And he's also going to donate his first round prize money to the cause. A fantastic gesture from the Australian captain. Well done, Simon. And that World Cup shirt up for auction. I've got myself a few of those shirts via my time playing for Australia. Try and get your hands on it for a great cause.
100.
There aren't many of them in the world, believe me. Still reeling from that double 10.
57. Darren, you require 161.
Hat tipped to our director today, Paul Starr, who judges which camera will show us the shots. Great selection, Mr. Director.
28.
But Marsh is in the chair. Is he going to go treble 14? He thought there was enough room there. He has left himself tidily placed.
Darren, you require 96.
And so far, this is going the right way for him. Nothing is going right for Darren Beveridge.
40.
He's actually averaging more than Scott Marsh, funnily enough.
40.
In a strange twist of fate. But it's Marsh who's got the chance for 3-0. Maybe he should go for double 10 from the left-hand side. Well, he doesn't need it because it's 3-0 from a conventional spot on the hockey. I'm still whirring from that previous shot. How do we get an instant replay for this one, but we don't for the other one? Well, I don't tend to gripe much in the commentary box, but I'm going to show it there. I'm going to make sure that the internet knows about that Scott Marsh double 10.
28.
He doesn't care about it right now. He didn't even show any emotion when he hit it.
$100.
When these guys played yesterday, it was a very similar game, both averaging in the 70s.
180.
Beveridge finds a maximum for the first time in the match. Indeed, that is the first maximum of either player. So there's something about the pace of this game that doesn't suit either player.
81.
Yes, Marsh won yesterday by 4-2. But I just get the feeling that a confident Darren Beveridge
59.
still wouldn't like the slower pace of this game. He likes to get on with things. Looking at the leg difference of Scott right now at -3 before this match began. Oh, how much he wanted 4-0. Because if he does it, he will be only 4 legs behind Wes Newton with the same points.
81.
He's in position to get that 4-0. Massive pressure will be applied to Conor Scutt, who's on 8 points, and Nathan Girvin, who plays next against League Cox. Great setup from Scott Marsh. Tops for 4-0 if given the chance, and now he has 3 dots at tops. Just to compound the pain of Beveridge, whose leg difference will plummet to -19 if this is found.
40.
Left or right? Down, left and right.
No score.
No such joy.
Darren, you require 113.
Can he keep the match going? On that very double.
On the 4th
well, what a way to save the
Beveridge.
match. He shows Scott Marsh where that double is. And when Scott turns around, he will see that shot and think, oh, it's not going to be 4-0 now. I've got to do all that work again. Somewhat ironic celebration and smile from Darren Beveridge as that 1-1-3 is hit. He made it look easy, but nothing has come easy today.
$30.
Got another tweet coming just now from Blake Longshore, who is over.
99.
He's not over. He's in Perth, in Western Australia. Talking about the kind gestures of Simon Whitlock and Damon Heta. Thank you, Blake. Great to have you tuning in all the way over from Oz. I've only been to Perth myself a couple of times. What a beautiful place it is over in WA. Had the wonderful privilege of going to Fremantle a couple of times. As they would say in WA, it's Freo. The home of the Dockers.
180.
Blake, sorry to mention the Dockers if indeed you are a West Coast Eagles fan. Or indeed somebody else.
60.
Very hard to predict who supports who in the AFL.
Scott, you require
Myself, I'm a Western
156.
Bulldogs fan. Go Doggies. Maximum from Marsh to put himself in the box seat. He was there before, but couldn't get the last double he needed.
60.
One match left for Darren Beveridge, and he will be out of his misery.
Scott, you require 96.
That's against Conor Scutt in match 14. It remains to be seen how much is left on that match. Oh, double-double to finish it. Oh, with an accent at the end. He has got the job done all right, and Darren Beveridge does have one more match left. You can see the position of that double 18 right in the bottom corner. The tops is good. He didn't really need to do that with his opponent around the 250 mark, but a nice way to finish the match. 26% on his checkouts, and it's good enough to get him to the mark of 10 points with Wes Newton. As you can see by that graphic there, the game that's coming up next is Nathan Girvin against League Cox. 2 more matches remaining for most of the players. As you can see from our table here, Scutt, Marsh and Darren Beveridge have only got the 1 remaining. But this is a big match for League Cox. It's also a very big match for Nathan Girvin, because if he loses it, he's not going to make the top 2. But what we do know is that if League Cox does win this, he is in
first leg, it's
the
Lee
finals.
to throw first. Game on.
It's all getting very important. When they played yesterday, League Cox won by 4 legs to 1. With an 87 average, 67% on his checkouts, and somewhat
60.
Comedically, Nathan Girvin had an average 5 better than that of League Cox. But his
58.
doubles were a bit shoddy, 1 from 8 shots. That's why he lost. Can't afford that here. Not only does Nathan need to win this game to get to 10 points, he needs favours. He could do with Conor Scutt beating Wes Newton next. And then he needs to beat Scott Marsh himself. And he could do with League Cox beating Wes Newton in the last match. The short tale is this. 5 matches left. And Nathan Girvin needs 5 exact results. Add into the fact that his leg difference is -3. And it is the worst
50.
of all 4 chasers. So it's unlikely that he's going to get there. But it's still possible.
100.
His biggest problem right now is that he's up against the league leader. His biggest ally is the fact that he hasn't lost today.
95. Lee
3 wins from 3.
41.
But League Cox is probably the most confident player in the group.
99. Nathan,
that's fine. That gives him options, providing he gets the return shot. This is where you want to start the match on the right foot.
Lee require 42.
Get the single, get the double, get out of there in 1-0.
10.
You read the script.
Nathan, you require 76.
You couldn't act it out. Single 16 is hit for tops.
56.
He comes up short.
Lee, you require 32.
And Lee is getting spots after he's missed. Oh, it's a big hit. It's a 24 dart hold of throw, and he has the foundation in this game. You can see how close the effort at double 8 was, and then he nudges that one next to double 8 to use the one that he did hit.
$140.
That action is starting to just break down ever so slightly as we get to the end of today's play.
60.
Just got to maintain good composure, rigidity in the throw. But you can see that right shoulder's getting involved a bit more now. He's starting to push the dart a lot more as opposed to propelling it forward with a little bit more arc. He does throw them very, very hard.
45.
I've had Blake Longshaw from Perth tweet me again, saying that he is indeed a Freo supporter. He's talking about
42.
How they broke the 11-game winning streak of West Coast a couple of weeks ago. Well, I'm sure you enjoyed that one. Doggies are going well? Yeah.
85.
We don't win much title in the way of titles, the Doggies. We only win once every 50 years.
$80.
Good response here from Nathan Girvin. I kind of expected this one to be a bit nervy.
47. Nathan, you require 180.
Treble 16 for Bull, I'm sure was the attempt, but he didn't need to do that.
78.
Yeah, that'll do. All's well that ends well, and all's well that sets up that possibly could end well.
45.
Because it hasn't ended yet, but
Nathan,
it might do
you
right
require
now.
40.
Double 10. League Cox is way back. And even if he doesn't win this leg, he could do with Nathan Girvin missing a few more doubles. Because that will not do his confidence on the outer rating any good.
135. Nathan, you require 10.
Just what happens if he misses this? Double 2.
8.
What a chance for League Cox this is.
Lee,
This has come out of
84.
nowhere. This will be an act of darting larceny. Bullseye.
59.
He doesn't deserve the leg, but he nearly
Nathan,
took
you
it anyway.
require 2.
Madhouse, it is.
Game shot on
Finds
the
it.
second leg.
And it doesn't really
Nathan
matter how many
Girvin.
darts it took him to get the leg, but he got there in the end. League Cox at 1-1. He will win
it's
this
Lee to
group
throw
if he
first.
finds 3
Game on.
more legs. His leg difference right now is in the sky. Plus 17.
59.
He's not going to be caught in that regard unless he is dumped in this game and his final one against Wes Newton. Couple of close games. One of them a win, and I
100.
think he's all right as the top dog. But he won't be pleased with this performance so far, I can guarantee you that.
60.
Only averaging 65. Got to book your ideas up here, Lee.
$94.
The scoring seems to have disappeared. He has had a bit of a break since his last match. There have been 3 matches since he was last
100.
with us against Darren Beveridge, where he won 4-0. That was a good performance, averaging 91. But 3 matches is tantamount to about an
40.
hour. The adrenaline ups and downs of a day here at the Live League.
60.
They'll play with your mind. It was a lot different when we were playing from home last year. You could go for a lie down in your own bed. You could go for a walk with the dog around the corner.
140.
In some cases, people were going to the beach. People were lying in the garden, waiting for the next match.
128.
Listening to the
Nathan,
action
you
over
require
Zoom.
127.
I think League Cox needs a
80.
little bit of a catalyst here.
Lee, you require 94.
Something like this. Just to get him going. This works.
Game
Oh,
shot on the
splendid.
third leg.
Just when he
League
needed
Cox.
it. He's not scoring well in this match by any stretch of the imagination. But sometimes you need something like this. Just to say to yourself,
legged,
yes,
Nathan
I
to
am
throw
the man in
first.
this group.
Game on. $134.
Nathan's not going to make it easy for him.
97.
He's been grinding out wins all week long. And Lee should be a little bit fresher than Nathan Girvin.
100.
This is Lee's 9th game of the week. It's Nathan's 24th.
100.
Quite a difference between the two. And don't underestimate the fact that Nathan played Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at the development tour as well. So he's playing his 8th consecutive day.
134. Nathan, you're going 127.
Imagine playing this amount of darts for 8 consecutive days. I'll tell you one thing, if he doesn't make the finals, he's going to sleep well tonight.
49. Lee require 107.
More than anything else, it's mentally taxing. League Cox looking for another 170.
84.
Hasn't got one
Nathan, you require 78.
this week, but he has got one previously. Double 12.
72.
He's marooned on double
Lee
3.
require 86.
With League Cox looking at another 2-darter. It's a single. He needs another single and a bull.
61.
Oh, that would have made the job a lot easier.
Nathan, you require
That would have been
6.
3-1. And he would have had one little pinky toe in the finals. It's double 1 again. And it's in again.
Flag.
What
Nathan
a strange
Girvin.
game it has been. We've seen some brilliant finishing. But don't underestimate just how hard this shot is. He's got to go over the flight. Didn't even flick it.
To throw
And it
first.
is 2-2 in this one.
100.
Apologies that we lost our feed there. We are back. Just giving you a little glimpse as to what's going on in the table.
123.
We'll come to that at the end of the match. And so far, this is a better result for League Cox.
95.
It is about the points, but the leg difference, especially from yesterday, where it was plus 13
41.
for League Cox, that really has come in handy. The only way he's not going to get through this group
45.
is if all of his chasers win and he loses his last 2 matches.
$95.
Wes Newton has 2 matches left. He can still get to 14 points. And even if Lee does lose his last 2
60.
matches, he's still got a chance of getting through with 12.
$100.
This is where you want a nice tidy 105. But this game has been anything but tidy.
30.
It's been tired.
Nathan, you require 142.
If I could categorise this game, it's a bit like I was at about 3 o'clock this morning.
90.
Nobody in the world can finish 171 with 3. Not in this form of the game anyway. In soft tip you can with 3 treble 19s.
85.
Because in master out you can
Nathan,
finish
you
in
require
trebles.
52.
Well, Girvin is looking to take the lead with a break of throw.
20.
Chances have come,
Lee
chances
require
have gone.
86.
This could be a very different scoreline. Yet again, it's 86. And yet again, it's the bullseye.
61.
It's the same hole that he hit the last
Nathan,
time he
you
went for
require
it.
32.
Exactly the same puncture wound.
Game show on the 5th
And
flag.
there's a puncture wound in that
Nathan
32 bed because now Nathan Girvin has the lead at 3-2. He gets a break of throw there, which now gives him the opportunity to serve it out and win by 4 legs to 2.
Sick flag, it's Nathan to throw first.
So let's say he can do that. He'll be on 10 points and -1.
26.
That is still behind Scott Marsh and Wes Newton. Same points, inferior leg difference. And his entire group will come down to his last match against Scott Marsh. He would dearly,
61.
dearly love Wes Newton to lose to Conor Scutt next. But he has to do his job first. And his job
45.
would peg back League Cox, and that's a good thing for both Marsh and for Newton. But I keep looking at this +17 leg difference for League Cox. It is jumping off my notepad. Because the more I look at it, the more I think he's probably safe.
$100.
19's first on 274.
57.
You can see what he's trying to do. 19, 25, and a treble 20 leaves 170. That's the thought process. The reason for going that
96.
route is to make sure that you have an opportunity with your last start in the visit to still leave a finish.
$93. Lee, you require 120.
Keep this match going. Both averaging 75. And now Girvin has an opportunity to win it by 4 legs to 2. And as each
54.
leg ticks
Maybe
by,
require
his chances of getting
124.
through are getting slimmer and slimmer. As each leg he loses damages his leg difference.
33.
That one was a bit impetuous.
Lee requires 66.
$20 for double 18. It's been dependable for him. And it is again. You won't find a double 18 much better than that one. That went in with gusto. Superbly done. Watch this. Safe 20, double 18, wallop. Just like that. Kissing the inside of that outside wire. It doesn't get much better than that. So one more leg for Lee, and he's through.
85.
It could be all said and done by the end of the next match. Because if Wes Newton wins next against Conor Scutt, and League Cox wins this leg, there are your 2 qualifiers.
15.
Nobody will catch them.
$54.
Bad start for Nathan. Not a great start for Lee, but it's looking decidedly good compared to Nathan's start. And I think this young 18-year-old is starting to tire a little bit.
58.
I can see the signs of someone who's played a lot of darts. And their head's a bit cloudy. And their arms a bit gangly. And a bit spaghetti-like.
94.
1 treble visits right now for League Cox are gold. This is better. Splendid stuff.
180.
Oh, he gives it the full Julius Caesar there. Thou haveth our 180 of the leg.
58.
And he's in again. Can't miss. I tell you what, League Cox is thinking, go away, young man. Stop doing what you're doing. Or maybe it's, I want to do what you do.
140.
Oh, it's come down to the wire, this one.
68.
It's going to be 1 dart. A double 12, and he's done it. It's an accidental double 12 because he didn't want double 16, double 12. He wanted 16 in tops. But after losing the early exchanges of that last leg of the contest, he gets back-to-back maximums, and then he gets pegged back a little bit by League Cox. I mean, you look at the statistics there, it doesn't look like a great match, but the last portion of that last leg, absolutely brilliant, and Girvin is still in there, but only just. I think we're going to have to get our calculators out pretty soon. Before we do that, it's going to be Wes Newton versus Conor Scutt, both needing a win right here. It's all getting very tight at the top, and I'm not sure I can take the tension. Well, I'm going to have to. If you're going to enjoy this lovely Group C action, we're going to get cracking with our fourth last game of our campaign. And Conor Scutt comes in to try and double his tally for the day, with Wes Newton in position to potentially book a spot in the finals. He does have plenty of work to do, as you can see, because we now have 3 players on 10 points. Nathan Girvin on the floor this morning, right at the basement of the table, is now in contention. But look at that leg difference of the Scot, -2. Look at the leg difference of Wes Newton, +5. He's got to use this situation to get rid of Conor Scutt. Now, if he does win this match and he gets to 12 points, we are down to the wire with 1 game left for everybody to play in the group. Now, imagine if Conor Scutt wins this right here by a bit of a margin. He'll drag himself into the race with 4 players vying for the last spot, and possibly League Cox safe because of his leg difference.
Game on.
Now, League Cox, at the very worst, in his last match against Wes Newton, could lose 4-0 and still have 12 points and +12. I think he's safe. But he won't feel it.
30.
The other scenario is, if Wes Newton wins against Conor here,
98.
like he did yesterday, when he beat him 4 legs to 1, he's going to be in the best position. Conor Scutt, on debut,
59.
will be eliminated alongside Darren Beveridge.
96. 85.
What has been good to see today is Wes Newton really challenging. I think this has been his best day of darts at the Live League this year. He played decent yesterday, but today he has shown genuine class at times.
Conor requires 70.
Quick fire stuff from Conor Scutt,
38.
who wires double 16 for a 15-dart hold. he will come back
140.
for this double
Conor required
16
32.
and
Game shot
find
on the
it for a
first
16
leg.
darter.
Conor Scutt.
So he starts on a really good footing. Wes Newton is going to have to temper the pace of this game. Otherwise, the 25-year-old from Surrey is going to play really, really quickly, which might upset him.
Second leg, it's Wes to throw first. Game on. $140. 57.
When they did play yesterday, it was an 84 average that was good enough to beat Conor. I've got a sneaky
39.
suspicion that that won't be the case today.
$125.
Seems to have got his act together a little bit, has Conor. He's been a bit flat the last couple of matches. Started buoyantly against League Cox
46.
with an 82 average and a 4-0 win. But since then, that loss to Nathan Girvin in match 6, I think hit him hard.
60.
He looked a bit flat, but he seems a bit more energised now. He was very flat against Scott Marsh in match 8. Only averaging 78 there.
135.
But he has 2 matches left. This one, and indeed Darren Beveridge last. If he loses here, that will be a dead rubber.
Which require 141.
But if he wins, there's a lot on it.
40. Conor require 122.
Conor is getting a lot of opportunities here early.
79.
Wes Newton has got to be comfortable with his own pace in this game, because it seems to me like Conor is running around the room.
$69. Conor require 43.
To double the lead, it's something very small. It's 20 points.
33. Wes you require 32.
He's gone into fast forward mode. Oh, this one's going to have to be through the posts. Yep, it's going to have to be through the posts, Wes. If you can't hit it from the right-hand side.
16.
I get the feeling that that wasn't the play.
Require 10.
I think he should have gone the other side.
Game shot
Double
the second
5
leg.
is hit
Conor Scutt.
to get the break of throw that Conor really does require if he's to somehow pinch his spot in the top 2. It seems to be going his way so far. Will that continue?
Third leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
Let's just throw around a few scenarios.
60.
Conor Scutt wins this match, gets to 10 points to join Girvin, Newton and Marsh. Let's say he wins by 4 legs to 2, for example. His leg difference would go to +1.
140.
Newton's would go to +3. Marsh's would be even, and Girvin's is -2. There's nothing in it, really. So much to
100.
play for. And my right-hand man when it comes to statistics and separators in these kinds of scenarios, Mark Walker, is going to have a nightmare on his hands in the next 3
64.
matches if it is 4 players on 10 points.
55.
He's just texted me, actually, said he's all over it. Good lad. I knew I could depend on you, Mark.
122.
Still the possibility, of course, that Wes Newton can fight back from this position and get the win he requires to eliminate
81.
Conor. But if he does win, Marsh and Girvin are not eliminated yet.
57.
The only situation that really would have helped
97.
Wes get the job done in this one was if he won by a massive margin. If he'd have won 4-0, I think he would have been safe. Double top.
Game shown the
There
third
it is
leg.
then. Wes Newton gets
Wes
his first
Newton.
leg of this contest. That deserves an instant replay. Look up 118 in a darting dictionary and that's what you'll see. Textbook stuff from the Warrior.
First. Game on.
Let's look at the scenarios with one
60.
match to go after this. If Wes Newton wins. If he does win, he'll be out
85.
of reach in leg difference. Scott Marsh can't catch him. He can't bridge a 6-leg gap.
140.
If Nathan Girvin watches Wes Newton win this match, he can't catch him either.
41.
So I'm going back on what I said in the previous leg. I'm just doing my mental sums here. A win for Newton, and I think he's there.
60.
But it does depend on what happens in the League Cox match at the very end.
83.
Because his leg difference can come backwards against the man at the top. This is good from Newton. Starting to find it at the right time.
180.
This is one of the tightest Group C's I've seen in my time in this chair. And we might have a very, very tight match on our hands here.
$52. Wes, you require 20.
Double 10.
Game
Well found. Wes Newton is now level after going 2-0 down. He's done a very good job of dictating the pace over the last couple of legs, because in the first 2 legs he was being run all over the place.
Game on. $120.
Still a good start from Conor Scutt here. And just imagine if Wes does get the victory here.
45.
The last match is against League Cox, who defeated him by 4-0 at the start of the group. The one result that they'd want, funnily enough, would be a draw.
$39.
But there are no draws here at the Live League. This is not the Premier League, where you can get 6-6 or 7-7. We will look at the scenarios game on game and keep you up to date with the table at the start of every match. All I keep seeing in my own mind is this mental projection of Jared Cole at home in Hertfordshire, putting his fingertips together like Mr. Burns and saying, "Excellent. You guys wear yourself out. I'll come by on Saturday night and just get my final spot for Champions Week." He's going to be fresh as a daisy come tomorrow night.
92.
Got to leave 117 minimum here.
55.
I can't get to a finish.
You require 108.
Well, Conor Scutt has taken a couple of blows in the last couple of legs. He might be about to inflict one of his own.
92.
And Wes is going to have to work
65.
just as hard as he did
Conor requires
in legs
60.
3 and 4 to do what he needs to do, because now he's 3-2 down.
Conor Scutt.
And there are definitive periods in this game. 2 legs to Scutt, 2 legs to Newton, and now we could be having another period for Conor.
Safe flag, it's Wes to throw first. Game on.
So he's got to stop that and win 2 straight, like he did just before.
59.
Otherwise, he's going to be embroiled in a real melee. 4 players,
58.
10 points all, 1 match left. One thing we do know is that Marsh and Girvin play each other next.
128.
The loser of the game will be out. The winner of the game will still have to wait. Conor Scutt plays against Darren Beveridge, who's already eliminated. And then, of course, that top of the table clash between Newton and Cox.
42.
I woke up this morning thinking that this group had potential to go all the way to the end. It has proven to be the case.
60.
What these dart players have proved to us at times today is that this is not an easy game to do. You see the elite players at the top of the rankings in the PDC, and they make it look easy. At times, these players deliver such brilliance. But this is a very different format. Round robin is hard. It's very hard.
100.
And it's something that a lot of people don't play regularly.
45.
In Dart Players Australia darts, this is common. This is what they do all the time before they have the knockout segment of the tournament.
109.
What is it about people hitting double 16 on 56 today? I think it's happened about 4 times. No dramas, Wes. You've still got double 12 and 3 darts in hand.
96. Where's your required? 24.
Double 6. Oh, double 3.
18. Conor, you require.
That wasn't part of the plan. Treble 19. Would have left double 14. So Wes has got to be really, really savvy now.
6.
Got to believe in this shot. Well, pick a corner.
No score.
That first start made it really difficult.
46.
Are we getting 4 players on 10 points?
30.
Not yet.
Where's your require? 6.
That's 2 dots for the match gone. It's the same blocker. 2 double 2.
2.
And nothing is going right for Wes Newton
60.
in the finishing stages of this match. Because it's been taken by Conor Scutt by 4 legs to 2. And we are going to the wire. 1 game remains for all of the players. And we have, well, it's 60, what is it? 2/3 of the field are on the same amount of points. 73 average for Newton. You won't be happy with that, especially after having a 98 earlier. Conor Scutt will be happy about the fact that he just got the points in the end. We're going to do some maths for a couple of minutes, and when we come back, it will be Nathan Girvin and Scott Marsh. 2 of the guys on 10 points. 1 will still have a chance. The other will be gone. It's time to whittle down the field to see which two players we are going to put into the finals for week 2 in phase 4 then. In the next match, Nathan Girvin is going for the perfect 10 points for the day. A really, really good effort. He's up against Scott Marsh, so let's have a look at the table. League Cox atop the table. He's looking good so far. And look at that leg difference.
Game on.
But Wes Newton, Scutt, Marsh and Girvin all still with a chance. Whoever wins this one will have to wait to see if they've done enough. The loser is out.
180.
Full credit going to Nathan Girvin today. I said he needed a perfect day. He's on the cusp of delivering it. We've got 4 players on 4 points for the day. Darren Beveridge with 0. And Girvin's got 8 points. He's assured of getting his second daily table of the week.
60.
But he keeps doing it right at the death. He won it on leg difference on Wednesday with 6 points. He has won it on points today, and he could win it by some distance. He wins this,
45.
and he will win the daily table by 4 points. So well done, young man. But he doesn't want to win the daily table. He wants to win a place into the finals. And with his leg difference at -2, he's the one who's got the most work to do. To get over Scott Marsh, what he needs is a win. I reckon. I'm just thinking out loud here. He's going to have to win something by a margin here. He could really do with a 4-0. He lost to Scott Marsh yesterday by 4 legs to 1. If he can reverse that
22.
and get a 4-1, he would finish on 12 points and +1. And Marsh would be gone on 10 points. So that would be 1 out. And a couple more to go.
$45.
They played each other 4 times this week. Marsh won the first couple of games. 4-1 on Monday, 4-2 on Tuesday. Girvin got his revenge
100
on Wednesday by winning 4-1, but then it was reversed again yesterday with that 4-1 victory for Scott in match number 3. So he's already sewn up the head-to-head record for the week, because we know they're not going to play a 6th time because they both can't go through.
13.
Missed a single there. Did Nathan Girvin. The single 13 was needed for tops.
60.
There's every possibility that this game could be just a little bit scrappy. Just with a few little bits of brilliance littered in there. Time will tell.
32. Game shot on the first leg.
Takes the first leg in 19 darts. You just wonder if that kind of standard is going to be enough to get over the line. Well, if he's got enough energy left in that 18-year-old body of his, he might need something a little bit better than that.
Game on.
Playing a guy 20 years as senior. That doesn't mean much at this stage.
100.
This is their 25th game of the week. And there are some naysayers out there when it comes to the game of darts.
180.
There's a lot of people out there think it's not a sport. I'll tell you what. Try this on for size. Why don't you play 25 games of best of 7 and see how you feel after it? If you didn't get my little hint of passion for my sport right there,
59.
Maybe turn the volume up a little bit, because I'm not having people say that this isn't a sport. I will argue that with anyone on this planet.
43.
know for a fact I'd have Chris Mason in my corner. So that makes me feel good. Hope Chris is enjoying his week off.
100.
Plenty of gym action for him this week. And time with his cat. He'll be back in the hot seat come Monday morning. And we will have the lineup for next
81.
week for you exclusively in the pre-final show with Phil Bars on the YouTube channel with Online Darts on Saturday night. Stay tuned to their social channels to find out what time we will be on the air. But I'm sure it'll be late tea time tomorrow night, around 6:30 maybe. Maybe a tiny bit later. I can now confirm that if Wes Newton in the last match of today, if he wins
43.
by 4 legs to 2 or better, he's through. League Cox is safe. He's not going to be caught. That beautiful high leg difference really has come into its own today.
$40. Nathan, you require 154. $64. Scott, you require
I'm getting so much information on the
142.
fly here, I can barely handle it. Got some exclusive news for you in a second, which might just tantalise you for next week. Scott Marsh looking to make short work of 142.
94.
But his performance level in
Nathan,
this
you
game so
require
far
90.
is not really worrying Nathan Girvin. If he takes this out, another single. Does he fancy the 60? Yeah, double 5.
Game
Really
shot
good.
Second
He
leg.
pans off
Nathan
Scott Marsh,
Girvin.
and you see that little bit of gumption from the young man from Arbroath. He measured that 60 shot, and he found the double 5 to double the lead.
Nathan to throw first. Game on.
So just to confirm to you, I don't even know who's playing next week. This is why it's so exciting to me. Next week, there are 4 new players playing in the live league,
46.
as well as 2 modern amateur darts qualifiers. If that doesn't get you thinking, I don't know what will. And just to not let the cat out of the bag,
96.
I'm being teased as well. I don't know who they are. Better player in this match is not hard to find.
180.
If Nathan Girvin sticks to this sort of timing with the shots, Scott Marsh will be starting the car back to Orpington very soon.
78.
Goes to the 25, misses. Again, he's the kind of player who's trying
59.
to make sure that he can leave a finish with his last dart in hand. It's making sure you don't waste a single dart. It's a soft tip technique that Scott Marsh should know about. It's a golden
100.
rule of soft tip play. You should never waste a dart.
$58.
Nathan doesn't really waste one there, but he doesn't fluff his position in a positive manner with only 58 scored. Oh, how we'd love to leave 47.
85.
Have to settle for 142.
Nathan, you require 158.
Advantage Girvin. Downstairs, and 2 treble 19s will be very handy. because he's now on double 12.
Scutt, you require one.
He's only averaging 82, but he's finding the right shots at the right time. He's got a chance to be 3-0 up. Is he playing Scott Marsh at the right time? Is his race run?
Nathan, you require 24.
Double 12. Now double 6.
12.
He leaves a very small shadow over that double 6.
Scott,
but that was a golden opportunity, wasn't it? Not going to make any bones about it. That should have been taken. Double top.
82.
And Nathan can't miss this time.
Nathan, you
Marsh's chances
12.
hanging by the tiniest of threads. Double 3.
6.
What a chance missed this is. 6
Scott,
darts around the board.
20.
12s, 6s, 3s, nothing working. Should be 3-0. And it's probably going to be 2-1 now because we're looking at a master on double 10. I spoke too soon.
10.
What can Nathan Girvin do?
Nathan, you require 6.
With 6 points. I think he understands just how much is on this. He's hit double 1 a couple of times today. He needs it again.
No score.
This time it hits the dart. And 9 darts from 24. That is a criminal offence in darts.
10.
And he wanders back to the table where he can get a sip of water. But he'll be telling himself off. Last dart in hand for double 5.
No score.
And he can't find the double.
Nathan, you require 6.
Back to double 3.
Game
and he finds it eventually with dart number 10 at a double. He gives it a little bit of a talking to as he retreats back to the hockey. But the good news, Nathan, is this. You're 3-0 up. This is the ideal scenario coming into this last game of the day for you.
First. Game on.
Scott Marsh has got a mountain to climb.
140.
He needs to win 4 straight legs and he needs favours.
81.
Conor Scutt's leg difference is better than both Girvin and Marsh. If he gets a heavy victory against Darren Beveridge next, then the pressure will then transverse over to Wes Newton.
59.
There is, of course, the possibility that Girvin could nick that last
41.
spot if Darren Beveridge gets his first win of the day against Conor Scutt and League Cox does a job on Wes Newton. That's what Nathan Girvin needs.
81.
What Nathan needs right now is a big score. Because for me, I really do think he needs to win by 4 legs to 0. But has he hit the wall? It's an awful feeling that when you're so close to the line and your brain is starting to scramble. I've been there playing in Q schools.
105.
It's unavoidable. And it's very, very hard to recover from. The arm goes to jelly. The brain is mush.
91.
And you don't know how to get out of the jam.
16.
Scott Marsh has been getting himself out of the jam all week. Should be his leg.
76.
And like Arnold Schwarzenegger, he'll be back.
$100.
I assure you that the dart flight was in the dart before it hit the 60. Didn't throw that without a flight. Marsh for tops. Double 10 has found this time. If only he'd found that the last time he was on it, it might have been a very different story. It could have been 2-2. But at 3-1 down, he still has a lot of work to do. And now it's against the throw of Nathan Girvin.
Game on. $100.
Good to know that next week's commentator, Chris Mason, is joining us by tuning in today. Probably doing a little bit of homework on these players, just in case he has to commentate on them in the future. That's a true professional right there. Watching the broadcast when they aren't being paid to be here. I was doing exactly that on Saturday night when Sporty Stuff TV and Chris were bringing us the coverage. Coupling a practice in my practice room with watching the coverage. It was very enjoyable. But right now, these two won't be enjoying themselves. They are going to the well. Marsh is improving. But here comes Girvin. A much needed 180.
180.
And that's his fourth of the game. Puts him in position to win this contest. And the best he can do in this table is 12 points and +1 in leg difference. If that is the case, Conor Scutt to overtake Nathan Girvin just has to win.
27.
Against Darren Beveridge next.
Nathan, you require 121.
And then he'll need a favour from League Cox if he's going to go through. 96 remain. He's got 76 left. He could use the treble 12 here if he wishes. But he wanted the 60.
105.
Wanted it badly and he got it. The grand scheme of things right now, you'd have to say that if he takes this double 8 and 1, it is his best leg of the week.
39.
In possibly the final leg he'll play this week.
16.
For the perfect day of 10 points from 10. He has done it. A 13 darter to finish proceedings in that game. And he had a job to do first thing this morning. He believed that he could get through this day without defeat. He was right. 10 points from 10. I applaud you, Nathan Girvin. You did not give up. You came to play and you finished with 12 points. Over to Conor Scutt and Darren Beveridge to see what the next turn, well, next twist and turn in the table will be. You see that the averages from that game were not special. We'll get rid of those. So we'll move on to the next game, which is match 14. And it is Scutt against Beveridge to see what happens in the table next. And just like that, it's time for the next game. So without further ado, it's all about Conor Scutt to see what he can do in his last match in this group. If he gets a win, he will eliminate Nathan Girvin. Scott Marsh has been eliminated now. You can see him in 5th position. Darren Beveridge is gone too. He's been gone for a while. As you can see, he's been marooned on 2 points for quite some time. But Girvin's finished after an exceptional day of 5 victories and a leg difference for the day of +9. That in itself getting his 2nd daily win on points. Regardless of whether he makes the finals, Nathan Girvin has had his best week here.
180.
Now, is Darren Beveridge going to do his pal a favour? If you're wondering what the motivation is for Darren Beveridge,
57.
it's very, very simple. He just wants to get a win today. He doesn't like the prospect
83.
of walking away from today without winning a single match. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you all and say that the standard has been brilliant today, because it hasn't. There have been some good performances. We've seen a 98.5 average
40.
for Nathan Girvin in beating Conor Scutt. We have seen a 94 average for Wes beating, well, in defeat to Nathan, which was quite perplexing.
96.
But a lot of the averages have been in the 70s. And I can't really explain why.
58.
This one might be the same, but with a little bit of adrenaline in the veins.
140.
I wouldn't be entirely surprised if we saw something rather special here. Adrenaline is an amazing thing going through your bloodstream
150.
when you need to do something special. Speaking of something special, double 15.
120. Darren, you require 40.
Double top. Oh, that's good from Beveridge. 18 dot hold in the first leg. And Conor Scutt just needs the victory, of course, to put Nathan Girvin below him in the table. We'll talk about the other permutations in the last match when that comes around. But Beveridge in the first leg here, very tidy. And I've probably said that word a bit too much this week, so I might have to think about something else.
100.
Very accomplished, Darren, very accomplished. Well, as we say in Northumberland and in Scotland, it was canny.
57. 60.
Coming into this week, I did not expect to see Darren Beveridge win less than half his matches. In fact, he has played 24
140.
and won 7. He's won less than a third of his matches. And that is a statistic he can't change.
39.
Because if he plays 25 and wins 8, that is still less than a third. His win percentage has dwindled this week.
57.
Good recovery from Scutt here.
60.
Very reminiscent leg of what we've seen from Ice Cold today. Lacking in treble 20s.
$88.
That will do. He has been very good towards the top of the board.
96.
And surely he's going to go for 16 and
56.
tops, whereas other players have been going 20 double 18. Particularly League Cox.
Game shown
And
the
that is a very
leg.
tidy find.
Conor
I've said it
Scutt.
again, haven't I? Tidy. I am sweeping up today with that word tidy. And Conor Scutt sweeps up leg 2.
Third leg, it's
with a
Darren to throw
56 checkout.
first. Game on.
Must be something to do with the fact I've been hanging around so many Welsh people this week because they love that word, don't they?
60.
And there will be 3 Welsh players in the top 3 spots of Group C tonight. The Chief, that is Justin Smith. He's in the number 1 spot. Mike Warburton and Richie Burnett. And then, of course, Scott Williams and Paul Hogan in pursuit. That starts at 10 p.m. tonight.
140.
Live on Sporty Stuff TV in the UK and YouTube with online darts internationally.
100. 140.
One thing we can now confirm about the last game of our schedule today, which has a big bearing on who goes through, is that because Darren Beveridge has won a leg in this game,
21.
Any win for Wes Newton against League Cox in the last match will get him through. It's not about leg difference for him now. It's just about the win.
95. Darren, you require 140.
Hasn't had
60.
any highlights today, really.
And you require 121.
Darren Beveridge, which is really sad. It's been really hard work.
57.
It's like putting a bathroom
Darren,
together and you do all the yard work underneath the shower, and then by the end of the day, you just can't see what you've done.
60. Conor requires 64.
Is this going to be a break of throw? It should be.
56.
But it isn't. Not yet, at least.
Darren, you required 20.
Double 5.
15.
All too often that has happened today and yesterday. That's why he's at the foot of the table. And Conor Scutt gets the second crack of the whip.
Conor Scutt.
And that is a 19 dart break of throw. So he takes the lead at 2-1. And he is in position to potentially overtake Nathan Girvin and eliminate him.
Game on.
Just to give you an indication of why Wes Newton would be safe with any win now. Newton would be ahead of the others if the leg difference is level due to legs won, which is the next separator.
43.
If Wes was to win the last match, he'd get 32 legs with that win, whereas Nathan Girvin has 30. And
100.
Conor 29 if he wins this match.
134.
Regardless of what happens, I'm very glad that I had the opportunity to call in these games for Conor Scutt.
59.
There is potential there, and I wish him all the success in the world for the Challenge Tour going forward. And indeed,
98.
Let me just take this opportunity to wish Darren Beveridge all the very best in his pursuit of the top spot in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit next week. Because he is in 4th position in that table, looking to get over Jim Williams. His challenge here is over, but his 2021 is definitely not over.
$56. 109.
4 19s. There's 3 of them. There's another one. And there's 2 16s for a 15 dart hold to consolidate that break of throw in the 3rd leg. Really good from him. Look at this. Authoritative.
5th leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
It's all very simple now.
140.
Scutt needs one more leg. And he needs League Cox to turn up.
125.
It's a good start, especially when Darren's come out with a 140 start.
60.
Another 2 treble visit here, and you're in the chair. The good type of chair, the comfy type.
59.
Not all chairs are comfy. I'm sure you can think of a few chairs that aren't comfy.
121.
Very good from Darren, who was looking to make this last a lot longer. But it might not.
140.
Because the wee man from Surrey has just said, I'm still here.
100.
137 is the magic number. And it's likely.
137.
It arrives.
Darren, you require 80.
Is this the last visit of Darren Beveridge's week? He'll hope not.
60.
But it's tops for Conor Scutt to finish.
Game
and he
shot
does.
on the match.
4 legs to
Conor
1. A
Scutt.
very, very good performance. A little bit earlier on today, he was flat. He looked down and out. But he has found his best performance of the day in his final group game. He is going to finish up with a 93.99 average and 57% on the doubles. The question is now, has he done enough? We'll just have a look at the numbers and we'll be right back with the last game of Group C, Wes Newton and League Cox. We have time for one last game, so sit down and enjoy this one. Best of 7 legs. We have one person who is through to the finals in League Cox, but will Wes Newton make it as well? There are lots of fans of Wes Newton in the world of darts. He's on 10 points and he needs to win. And if he wins by any margin, he will join League Cox in the finals for week 2. It's that simple. Nathan Girvin, even though he's above Wes Newton now, he's out. Congratulations to Conor Scutt, who has given us a scenario that is not only simple, but still he has the possibility of going through to the finals on debut if indeed League Cox wins this one. Fascinating game right here. And make no mistake, Wes Newton will know exactly what he needs to do. He's a man who's been involved in Grand Slam scenarios, Championship League scenarios, and he will know that a win will make him safe. There will be adrenaline in this game.
100.
And that's a good thing, Because if you're feeling a little bit tired, adrenaline helps you.
59.
Wes Newton has not got through to a weekly finals night to date.
140.
He dearly wants to now. And what he needs to find against the man who has topped this group
you require
is a vintage warrior display.
$97.
That is very good. At times today, League Cox has looked very decent,
100.
but he hasn't played as well today as he did yesterday. That's an encouraging sign for Wes. Double 16.
32. Lee require
We'll be hoping that Lee does not
106.
find this. But he might. Double 18.
88.
It's missed.
Where's your require? 32.
First bullet dodged. High in the bed.
Game shown the
And
first.
very
leg.
well measured.
Wes
Wes Newton
Newton.
does get the first leg that he requires. So job 1, get the first leg. Job 2, try and get the second without any
Second
sort
leg,
of
Lee to throw
mistakes.
first.
And if he does get a 2-0 lead and a break of throw,
83.
Conor Scutt is going to be sweating.
$29.
Not the best start to this leg for the Warrior, as League Cox
100.
will try and draw this out as much as he possibly can. He'd love to get another win to win this group on points instead of leg difference.
123.
That leg difference from yesterday. That really has come in handy, hasn't it? Plus 16 before this game began. Plus 13 after
45.
yesterday. And that solely has got him across the line, apart from the 2 wins he's got today. Nobody's going to catch Nathan Girvin in the daily table.
93.
5 wins from 5. He's not through to the finals, but what we can say is that the young players have done well in having perfect days. Jared Cole, perfect Monday. Jared Cole,
78.
perfect Tuesday. Nathan Girvin, perfect Friday. He's
100.
back in the leg, and he's first to a finish. There's the 95 off.
Where's
It's
your
not the
require?
worst treble in the world.
156.
Still gets to the 2 darter. Downstairs now. Decides not to go for the 140.
96.
And that is a
Lee
very
require
good 96.
100.
That is a perfect off for Newton.
36.
And this is where you've got to
Where's your
believe in
require?
yourself.
60.
Double 10.
50.
It was just a little
Lee
pause
require
before that
64.
dart was delivered. And it was pulled into the single. As League Cox goes for double 8. Oh, the wire was
56.
pushed on both of them.
Where's your require?
He'll
10.
have thought they were both in. What a massive double 5 this is.
5.
But the last dart didn't have any flight.
Lee require
It was thrown
8.
flat. It came out late. It didn't use the guide because the guide was perfect. League
Game
Cox
shown
finds
the
double
second
4 and
leg.
it levels up.
League
But
Cox.
what a chance missed that was for Wes Newton. You can see him in the background there, just grimacing a little bit, hoping for another chance. But that chance didn't come.
Third leg, it's Wes to throw first. Game on.
That shirt that he's been wearing today,
140.
with that warrior on it, somewhat similar to a lot of Premier League football away kits right now, which are very interestingly
74.
designed. I don't know if anybody's caught that new Tottenham Hotspur away strip. I don't know what that's all about. Looks like a painting I did in year 6.
100.
Looks like a really bad shell suit I owned when I was 12. Not that I'm saying that Wes Newton's Darts shirt looks like a shell suit.
60.
Brilliant from Newton.
180.
That's classic Wes Newton, because 3 darts would fit on a drawing pin right there.
58. Where's your
And
require?
after the disappointment
81.
of leg 2, he has come out in leg 3 and blitzed it. Measured approach.
49.
Leaves 32. Time on his side.
$85. Where's your require? 32.
No pressure on this shot.
Game shot on the
And
third
maybe that's
leg.
one of the reasons why he took
Wes
it so
Newton.
soon. There was so much pressure on Wes Newton in leg 2 to take the tops, the 10s, the 5s. But this, in leg 3,
Fourth leg,
it
it's
just
Leeds
had a
to
bit more
throw
time to
first.
breathe.
Game on. $100.
He is after that treble 20. Like it's a dog off the
95.
lead. All he's thinking about right now is staying in a nice process, playing the decent
80.
game that he's doing, averaging 86. League Cox is not playing well at 75. Keep putting in that first dart. Take the pressure off the rest of the visit with that first dart.
58.
But ultimately, there's a little person inside his brain saying, just give me one chance. Just give me one dart.
58.
And he has a little buddy in his brain saying, do you know what? The ideal scenario for me right now is to have 3 clean darts at either double 16 or double top, and I'll back myself to win this match.
82.
That's all you can ever ask for when you're trying to qualify through something like this, or indeed win a game or a tournament. He's been there before.
55.
He's been through pressure situations. He has been to major finals, the UK Open, the European Championship, where he lost to Simon Whitlock.
58.
He was heavily fancied for that final. It didn't work out.
123.
That start was delivered very quick, but he's still in the better position of the two. But those major finals were a long time ago. The UK Open was 10 years ago. The European Championship was
96.
9 years ago.
May you require 85.
That's an eternity in darts. Bullseye for a level game.
60. Where's
How
your
many
require?
doubles has he wired
112.
so far in this match? This could be the difference maker. This could be the shot that gives him the breathing space he wants. Did he know that he could
60.
go for treble 18
May
and double
require
19 there?
25.
I think for a second he thought about it. Double 4 again.
Game
And
shot
that's
on the
come to his
fourth
aid
leg.
on more than one occasion
League
in this
Cox.
match. Just when Wes Newton was thinking of the possibility of 3-1. The number 3 does come into
Vegas
play
West
because
to
it is
throw
now
first.
best of 3
Game on.
to decide who goes through with League Cox in this group.
$140.
One of the other stories from my career is that when I won the Players' Championship finals,
100.
Wes was in the crowd cheering me on. I'll never forget that, and I was always very grateful for it. But 12 months on,
60.
I was in the scrap of my life to try and get into the field to defend the trophy. And the person who knocked me out in the very last tournament
100.
to not get there to defend it, Wes Newton. He didn't know that that was the case in that best of 11 match in Derby.
99.
He had no clue. But when he saw me after, he wondered why I was so upset. And when he found out, he put his arm around my shoulder and said, I had no idea, I was just trying to do my job. And I've never held that against him.
$105. They require 161.
Sensible to leave the 2 darter, using the 25 the right way. Why do I think this one's going to a last leg decider?
30. Where's your require 97?
Tops.
Game shown the
Superb
fifth
from
way.
Wes Newton.
Wes
3-2
Newton.
with a 14 darter. And that really was sensational from him, because the pressure is mounting. And when you need pressure to help you, when you are someone like him, 97 checkout is the test. And boy, did he pass that test. Sometimes pressure does help.
140.
It tempers adrenaline. He's doing a lot of things right here. He's playing a very good game.
83.
He is the better of the 2 players. His average is better. His doubles percentage is better. He's got a bigger high checkout in the match.
96.
He's got more 140s. It's not an accident that he's 3-2 up.
59.
League Cox is not playing as well today as he was yesterday. That is a fact. He had a huge confidence boost in beating Wes Newton 4-0 yesterday in the first match of the campaign.
58.
A 92.49 average and 57% on the outer ring. It was a great performance that shell-shocked Newton at the start of his campaign. But he's recovered brilliantly. But Lee doesn't strike you as the kind of person who has qualified for the finals. He's just disappointed with the way he's played today.
95.
112 away to deny Conor Scutt a final spot on Saturday night on debut here at the Online Darts Live League. And it would be a first Saturday finals for Wes. Choose your single. That double is tops.
92.
Match dart missed.
Lee require 89.
Are we going to one more leg?
Game
yes,
shown
we
the
are.
sixth flag.
Oh, Wes Newton
League
will be
Cox.
thinking, why did you do that to me? I've just missed tops to go through. And he's going to have to do it all again after that pinpoint 2-darter from League Cox. It's 3-3. It's a one-leg shootout to see who goes through. Newton wins it. He's through. He loses it. It's Conor Scutt.
59.
Conor Scutt in the practice room right now is going to be like a ferret on hot coals.
100.
All he's saying is keep it there.
100.
It's steady. It's only a 1-dart lead, but he has the darts in this last leg.
140.
League Cox going for it. He wants the win. He wants to do the double over Newton and break his heart at the death
40.
on his birthday. You soulless human being, League Cox, but what a professional you are. And he's going for it.
140.
121 after 9. A stupendous effort. And Newton needs lots of this. He needs the lot. Gets the lot.
162. Lee require 121.
But the darts have been stolen. Can Wes Newton do a Rob Cross? Can he do a Peter Wright
49.
in converting 302 in 6? No, he can't.
60.
He can't leave tops.
Lee require 72.
This is to knock Newton out and to promote Conor Scutt to the finals. He has one dart at tops.
32.
And they've both missed one for the match.
80.
Does Newton have one last finish left? Double top again. It wasn't comfortable in his hand before he threw it. It was twizzling a little bit.
40.
And it was a little bit nervy. And now he can't watch as Lee has 3 at that double top and a guide. Double 10 is hit.
Shot on the match.
And on his birthday,
League
Wes
Cox.
Newton gets really, really close, but not close enough. League Cox wins the group and eliminates Wesley Newton in the last game of the group. And it's Conor Scutt who is going to go through with League Cox. It was an excellent game of darts. I was gripped by that from the very first dart to the very last one. Commiserations, Wes. You've done fabulously this week. Happy birthday. But unfortunately, you're not going to be joining us on Saturday night. League Cox will. Conor Scutt will. They're at number 1 and number 2. Who's going to join them, I wonder? With Jared Cole already there as well. We need 3 players from tonight's group. And that's going to start from 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV. I'll be in the hot seat tonight for all 10 matches to book all of the places and the tickets for the finals. I hope you can join us then. This is the Asset signing out for now. Have a wonderful afternoon. I'll see you in about 8 hours.